the evolving role of yoga not only as a personal practice but as a force for leadership, innovation, and social development. So I call upon Pallavi ji to start the event with a prayer, Patanjali prayer.
Namaste everyone. Gently close your eyes, join your palm, sit upright. Om Yogena Chittasya Padena Vacham Malang Sharirasya Cha Vaidyakena Yopakarotam Pravaram Muninam Patanjalim Pranjaliranatosmi Abahu Purushakaram Shankhachakrasidharinam Sahasrashirasam Shvetam Pranamami Patanjalim Hari Om. Slowly head down, surrender yourself in front of the divine universal power. Slowly up and gently open your eyes. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Pallavi ji. Ladies and gentlemen, what you are about to witness is a beautiful blend of discipline, strength, and artistic excellence in yoga. This guided presentation by Dr. Pallavi Kavhane, a three-time world champion gold medalist, a Yoga Arjun awardee, and a globally respected yogasan exponent. She has been trained at S. Vyasa, Kaivalya Dham and Yoga Vidya Dham and has been a direct student of Iyengar Guruji for over 20 years. With more than 30 years of experience to service of yoga worldwide, she has nurtured students, many from humble backgrounds, under her free guidance who are today established yoga teachers globally. Just 2 weeks ago, she has won the World Champion of Champions Award at Macau, Hong Kong, making Indian yoga proud. And please welcome the students of Dr. Pallavi Kavhane for the Advanced Artistic Yogasana.
Everyday practice 4 to 5 hours. Step by step they practice very scientifically.
दुख कर्म भक्ति ज्ञान योग से पावत, तन मन में ऊर्जा चेतना जागत, हठल राजयोग दे सुदृढ़ शरीरा, दूर करे ईर्षा द्वेष विस्मय की पीड़ा, निरोग अंत मन तन को करो योगमयं विश्वं गुरु। नित्य निरंतर ये शाश्वत अनंतम, तन मन आत्मा का योग अध्यात्म।
मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्पोर्ट्स एंड आयुष, उन्होंने ये रिकमेंड अभी किया है कि योगासना एज अ स्पोर्ट्स आर्टिस्टिक एंड रिदमिक विद क्लासिकल म्यूजिक. So they have a national Asian championship, world championship, Commonwealth game also now in Yogasana as a sports. So we have a traditional event, artistic solo event, artistic pair event and rhythmic pair event. So this training is very scientific and day by day and step by step.
अनुशासन प्राणायाम प्रत्याहार धारणा, शुद्ध करे मन भावना, शुद्ध करे मन भावना, ध्यान लगा समाधि में जा, सुख दुख परे आनंद को पा, ध्यान लगा समाधि में जा, सुख दुख परे आनंद को पा, ऐसे जीवन की कामना करो योगमयं विश्वं कर्म भक्ति ज्ञान योग से पावत।
Spectacular, speechless. It was really mind blowing, and I have only tears of joy and with happiness I can say my wholehearted blessings go to these children for abundant success. They've done a really good job. So now regarding the IYA, our Indian Yoga Association is a national association. It's for yoga, and it is a national apex body of yoga institutions, universities and professionals committed to promoting authentic, evidence-based and inclusive yoga. IYA is guided by an eminent executive committee comprising globally by respected yoga masters, spiritual leaders, scientists and academicians, including Padma Vibhushan Shri Shri Ravi Shankar, Padma Shri Dr. H.R. Nagendra Ji, Dr. Hansaji Yogendra, Dr. R. Nagaratna, Dr. Ananda Balayogi Bhavanani, Professor Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan and Shri Subodh Tiwari. IYA works actively in education, research, policy, advocacy, and professional networking. IYA membership is open to yoga teachers, therapists, researchers, students, institutions, and wellness professionals. And becoming an IYA member means being a part of a national movement committed to quality, credibility, collaboration, and authentic growth of yoga. So now we will first start with the Deep Prajwalan, and I invite upon our dignitaries, Shri Subodh Tiwari ji and Shri Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan ji to come forward for the Deep Prajwalan, and our chairperson, Dr. Sam Prasad Vinod ji, and the other committee members. Our secretary, Nitin sir, Nitin Patki ji. Felicitation also. After the Deep Prajwalan. Okay. I now request Shri Vinod Gajanan Joshi ji, our senior vice chairperson, to felicitate Shri Subodh Tiwari ji with the Puneri Pagdi and the trophy. May I request Dr. Deepak Bagaria, our Vice Chairperson, to felicitate Professor Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan ji with the Puneri Pagdi and the trophy. This is our traditional Maharashtrian felicitation ceremony. Let me introduce our dignitaries to all of you. Shri Subodh Tiwari ji is the Honorary Secretary General and CEO of Kaivalya Dham Yoga Institute. So, okay, now I call upon Dr. Sangram Indore as a cultural symbol of Maharashtra. The book Gadkile Ani Me, authored by Dr. Sangram Indore, is presented to our esteemed dignitaries, reflecting Maharashtra's rich heritage and values. So let the dignitaries be on the stage. Yes, yes. Please be on the stage. Dignitaries, please, you all take your seats. So please be comfortable on the seats. Subodh Tiwari ji and Bhushan Patwardhan ji. Shri Subodh Tiwari ji is the Honorary Secretary General and CEO of the prestigious Kaivalya Dham Yoga Institute, Lonavala. He initiated into yoga at a very young age at Kaivalya Dham, and he believes that yoga transcends mere physical practice and encompasses the deeper dimensions of being. He has traveled extensively across the globe, conducting yoga workshops, addressing national and international symposiums, and contributing actively to yoga education, research, and policy making. Our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan ji, is a leading biomedical scientist advancing research in Ayurveda yoga, and he is also into integrative health. He has served as a vice chairman of the University Grants Commission (UGC) and a chairman of the National Assessment and Accreditation Committee. And he's considered as the top 2% of the scientists worldwide, globally. So we all have a round of applause for them. May I request our chief guest, Sri Subodh Tiwari ji, to address the audience. You can sit and speak there, or you can come.
सभी को नमस्कार and nice to be here in this event organized by the Maharashtra chapter of the Indian Yoga Association. I'm grateful to be in company of the very eminent scholar, academician and a thinker, Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan, who's pride of India. We have Yogacharya Samprasad Vinod ji, whom I have known ever since I have been born, Nitin Patki ji, and members of the Maharashtra State Indian Yoga Association. It was nice to meet Sabir today morning at Kaivalya Dham before he came here with his students. You know, yoga is going through a very important phase at present. And I was telling Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan ji when we were sitting there that there is a very big transition going on also generation-wise. And therefore probably today's discussions are very relevant, which focus on leadership and entrepreneurship and the new dimension of how yoga is going to progress further. On 28th of this January, we had the Governing Council meeting of the Indian Yoga Association at Bengaluru, which was chaired by Gurudev Shri Shri Ravi Shankar ji. तो उनके साथ काफ़ी अच्छी बात हुई. We had a very, very healthy discussion on how we foresee yoga into the future generations. So while everything else is dynamic, काफी कुछ परिवर्तन होता रहता है. Just we saw a beautiful demonstration, and Pallavi ji briefed us about this yoga, Bharat Yogasana, the sports dimension of it, and that is also going to become one of a very big thing, which is already in Commonwealth and which is going to go to Olympics, hopefully in 2036. That is what the aim is. So that is one of the directions. एक दृष्टिकोण है योग का, और दूसरा दृष्टिकोण है अंदर जाने का, योगश्चित्त वृत्ति निरोधः. So Indian Yoga Association essentially is the largest association of yoga institutions in the world at present. I double checked my statistics with all that is there in the world of Yoga Alliance and British Wheel of Yoga and European Yoga Federation, and we are unique. We are unique because we are we have Iyengar School, Bihar School of Yoga, Shivananda Yoga, Divine Life Society. So everyone is here together because our underlining aim is unity in diversity. So we recognize, हमको ये महसूस होता है that yoga is beautiful because there is this variety of schools in yoga which makes it very beautiful, but the principle remains the same. So rivers are different, merging into the ocean. So that is the whole concept of the Indian Yoga Association. And we want to strengthen that. And it is very important. आज हम लोगों को ये रियलाइज होना बहुत जरूरी है that when we speak of the fundamental principles of yoga, that it is experiential in nature, and this is the foundation of yoga which we need to promote and practice, most importantly amongst the present generation. ऐसा होने में बहुत देर नहीं लगती कि पाश्चात्य देशों से हम लोगों को नरेटिव आने लगे that what is yoga, and therefore the importance of how we see us taking this forward. And while we want to have progress in the field of yoga, which is very important, because innovations like we were discussing in the ministry that the yoga industry in terms of the yoga aids which we use, yoga mats हुई या other things, though we have one of the largest population, but हमारा जो turnover है वो marginal है. You have a company like Lululemon who's doing business in billions of dollars, but we will also need to look at in that direction, and this is a newer dimension I'm speaking of. You have now the BIS, the Bureau of Indian Standards. Communication or whichever, for all the purposes it can be used for, is very important. एक बार हम साथ में आ गए तो हम लोगों को, वो मराठी में कहते हैं ना कि घड़ू शकतो आम्ही, so we can ensure that happens. आपको मैं recent example बताता हूँ that we were having discussion with the Ministry of Ayush that we should start now. International Day of Yoga हो गया, 21st day, now 100 days before they have started practicing. Now they want to say, which we were proposing from the very beginning, that it should be Yoga 365, right? And the ministry had all the state governments together, सब कुछ साथ में थे, and IYA was also invited as a stakeholder of yoga. सबका डिस्कशन 1.5 घंटे हो गया, सबने लास्ट में 10 मिनट में एक, अब हम इंडियन योग एसोसिएशन से पूछेंगे कि हम जो करना चाहते हैं वो कैसे करें. You see, because we are going to be the largest facilitators for what is going to come, and therefore I appreciate the organizers today, Dr. Vikas and all those who are part of this conclave and conference here, to be discussing a very important topic. And we can go on speaking, but it is an inaugural function. I have kept 10 minutes for myself. 9 are already over. So it's pleasure to be here. Lastly, I will just say, हम कितना भी योग की स्थिरता को नहीं भूलना चाहिए. abhyas, yoga is an experiential subject. So whatever we are doing in practitioners are very important. योग की स्थिति ऐसी न हो जहाँ प्रीचर्स ज्यादा हो जाए और प्रैक्टिशनर्स कम हो. तो मैं हमेशा कहता हूं कि उनको कामयाबी में सुकून मिला तो वो दौड़ते रहे. उनको कामयाबी में सुकून मिला तो वो दौड़ते रहे. हमको सुकून में कामयाबी मिली तो हम ठहर गए. थैंक यू.
Thank you so much, Subodhji, for motivating us with such positive developments and enhancements of yoga in India. I call upon our guest of honor, Dr. Bhushan Patwardhanji, to address the audience.
नमस्कार. सुबोध जी ने इतनी अच्छी शुरुआत की है, मैं अभी क्या आगे बताऊं. But first let me congratulate Dr. Vikas and all colleagues, who have organized this Yoga Next. That name also you have given is Next, and I could see the next generation very, very mesmerizingly performing here. And I must compliment Pallavi ji. Pallavi ji, please come here. बहुत बहुत बधाई आपको. जो हमने आज देखा, जो बच्चों में आपने जो परिवर्तन लाया, that is so valuable and that will go very long, and must congratulate you for your latest award also in Macau. You made us proud. Thank you very much. सुबोध जी, आपके परमिशन से एक मैं करने वाला हूँ. आपको दिया था, लेकिन इन्हें देखने के बाद में मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इन्हें वो देना चाहिए. So, I will not talk much about yoga because all of you are actually either students or teachers of yoga. And actually I have lived yoga. I have not formally learned yoga, and in every household in India especially, we learn yoga from our homes, because yoga is practical in every home. And then while I was growing, I was fortunate to learn yoga from several other scholars, who used to come to our home. My mother used to be yoga teacher. And when I went to university, my first interactions with Dr. Samprasad Vinod, I still remember in 1992, imagine at that time, we had organized a conference in Pune, and the subject was biomedical research in yoga. At that time, this was unheard of, and talking about research, talking about yoga was not very common, but Kaivaladam happens to be the first institution probably in the world which started scientific research in yoga. Swami Kaivalananda ji started experiments, by doing something which nobody could imagine, what kind of physiological changes happen when you do yoga postures, when you do pranayam, when you dhyan. And that gave a lot of trigger globally, to look at yoga from a different point of view. Otherwise, yoga meaning yogasana, this is a common equation people used to have, But the consciousness, awareness, when it started growing globally, the real value of yoga people started recognizing. And just recently we concluded one study. We did it at D.Y. Patil University, and we did it with support from Council for Yoga, and what this study was, we just took a common yoga protocol, which is again a government protocol, and we took healthy human beings, and we did a 41-day study by making them practice yoga under the expert teachers, and we monitored them for their physiological activities. But in addition, what importantly we did, which is difficult normally to do, is we scanned their brains. So we used fMRI or functional MRI to see within just short period of time, because 41 days is a short period of time, what happens to their brain. That's what our intent. And I must tell you, today morning only I got the corrected copy, and that paper will be very soon submitting to a journal. The neurologist, professor of neurology as D.Y. Patil, who otherwise initially was not very confident to participate in such kind of a trial, because mainstream neurologists still don't look at these with open mind. But he was very open-minded. Dr. Rao from D.Y. Patil University, professor of neurology, he was actually surprised, to see the results. While details of the results I will not be able to tell you now, but I must tell you that within this short time, the fMRI images of brains, what we could see, they are eye-openers. With the gray matter, as well as the network, neural networks, the kind of reorganization of neural networks, which shows that definitely the cognitive capabilities of the people must have enhanced. This is something very phenomenal. This is, of course, a very small study, proof of concept study, and larger study will be undertaking very soon. I also remember, because as you rightly said, Indian Yoga Association happens to be the largest association in the world, and with so many members, and I know Subodhji and many others have taken lead to bring various distributed yoga associations together to build this solid force. And one of them also has been our inspiration, and that's Ramkumar Rathiji. I remember him very much. After his name, we have established Ramkumar Rathi Patanjali Yoga Chair in Pune University. So this is what yoga. If you have heard, and I have just heard the budget speeches today, and I'm going after this immediately because I have to write for budget commentary, and so I won't be able to stay here longer. But if you have listened to budget speech, or if you will read what budget is, there is a huge focus and support for yoga has come in this budget. A very big support for yoga, recognition of the importance of yoga has come in this budget, and this is very important time that Subodhji also mentioned that we are living in today in the world. When I go out, today, when I go out, just Pavilion Mall, and I stay very near, so Pavilion Mall is our routine place to also complete our steps. But when we go to mall, or when we go to any other restaurant, or when we even go to colleges, today, do we really see Bharat? That's the question. And why I was happy, Pallaviji, when I saw you actually made me believe that we really live in Bharat. Because for these efforts, and with Indian Yoga Association, I'm sure this message will be spread all along India. Atmanirbhar we say, or Vishwa Guru we say, it is possible through yoga, certainly. All the best to you. Namaskar, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bhushanji, for such valuable insights, and well said, what he really said, that medicines are just a symptomatic relief, but yoga is a holistic wellness and working on the entire mind, body, soul, everything. So now I invite upon our Vice Chairman, Dr. Samprasad Vinodji, to come and address the audience. Okay, okay, that's fine. So then, since our chief guest has to leave, so can we continue with the felicitation? Yes. Okay. No, no, 1 minute, just. Yeah. Nitinji, can I have you on stage? Yes. A vote of thanks for them. I call upon our secretary, Mr. Nitin Patki, for a vote of thanks for our dignitaries.
Without taking much time, I will thank Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan and Dr. Subodh Tiwari, Sri Subodh Tiwari, Secretary General, for gracing the occasion and their kind words and direction to the audience. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Okay, so now I call upon our Vice Chairperson, so Dr. Samprasad Vinodji, to come and address our audience.
Namaste, everybody. Namaste. Namaste. It's a very interesting topic today for the conference: leadership, entrepreneurship, and also innovation. Come to think of it, leadership in connection with yoga. क्या होता है? देखिए होगा. Leadership in connection with yoga, we are already leaders in yoga. ये बंद करो का? ये बंद करो. यहाँ से बटल. India has always been a leader in yoga because we have paid a lot of importance to experientially understand everything related to yoga. सुन सकते हैं ना पीछे? थोड़ा ध्यान दोगे तो सुनोगे. हाँ? हाँ, थोड़ा लाइट. क्या होता है, जोर से बोलने लगोगे ना तो फिर बहुत आर्टिफिशियल हो जाता है, क्योंकि मेरा जो आवाज़ है वैसे थोड़ा सा लो पिच का है, तो कॉन्शियसली बढ़ाना पड़ता है. ओके 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 थोड़ा सा पास लगता है। हाँ। तो the basis of Indian position in yoga or globally is because of experiential understanding of life as a whole and individual life in particular. The depth of understanding we have developed over the ages is phenomenal. And therefore, we have been Vishwaguru not to become Vishwaguru, we are already Vishwaguru by virtue of our being that going deep into the concept of what life is all about. And that's very important. So leadership has to come from within, and that comes when those who are taking yoga abroad or taking yoga or spreading it, their words have to come from experiential understanding and not just information or just converting that information into knowledge. Because realization of what we say is extremely important, and that's what the focus has to be, experiential understanding. And if you're walking the talk, then the effects are phenomenal. If you're just talking, it's not going to be effective. And that's what all the great leaders in yoga have been doing all across the globe. Those who initiated this process, like Swami Vivekananda, Ramakrishna, my father also went all across the world as a World Peace Ambassador. B.K. Iyengar also spread yoga all over the world. But they were walking the talk. So walking the talk is very important. And that those who are here, who are teachers, before teaching others, we have to be very clear that have we really taught ourselves well? And have we understood or experienced or felt the presence of God within us? Because those who have understood the presence of God within themselves, they develop certain approach to life. They get completely transformed from inside. And when your perspective of life has undergone complete radical transformation and metamorphosis, so to say, then you begin to see the world differently. The world remains same, but you see it differently. And that's very important. और ये जब होता है कि हमारा नज़रिया बदल जाता है, हमारी सोच बदल जाती है, और सोच खाली मानसिक स्तर पर नहीं बदलती है, अनुभव के कारण बदलती है. और वो जो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन है, वो जो बदलाव है, वो इतना बुनियादी होता है कि उसका असर बहुत गहरा होता है. तो उस पर जोर देना बहुत ज़रूरी है. और जोर भी वैसे खाली कहने सुनने की बात है. अगर आप वास्तव में बसे हुए भगवान को पहचानते हैं, अनुभव करते हैं, और आपकी दृष्टि में बदलाव आता है, तो हर जगह आपको उसी की लीला दिखाई देती है. और वो जो लीला है वो हमारे आईने से, हमारे ईगो से प्रभावित है, ये भी जानना बहुत मुश्किल नहीं होता है. और मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ हमारे जो कि भगवान का दर्शन जब होगा तब होगा, लेकिन हमारे ईगो का दर्शन, I mean whenever it may take a while to experience God within yourself, but seeing the intricate Maya and its phailao all over, and how it catches hold of us, and how we get trapped into it. And if we have that visual, actual experience of how Maya operates, and how I-ness is instrumental in giving further strength to Maya, and how we get lost in illusion that is created by Maya, because Maya essentially means that which doesn't exist but appears to exist, and we get lost in that, we get sucked into it. तो ये जो है, ये अगर हम देख सकते हैं, अनुभव कर सकते हैं, पहचान सकते हैं कि माया का खेल कैसा चल रहा है, हर क्षण चल रहा है, अभी भी चल रहा है, हर एक के मन में चल रहा है, हमारे भी मन में चल रहा है। तो ये जो खेल है उसको अगर हम पहचानते हैं, उसका अनुभव करते हैं, उसका एहसास हमें होता है, तो फिर हमें एक आंतरिक परिवर्तन की प्रक्रिया शुरू हो जाती है और एक सेंसिटिविटी लेवल बहुत बढ़ जाती है। और अगर हमें हमारे अंदर छिपे हुए भगवान को जानना है तो बहुत सेंसिटिविटी ज़रूरी होती है। I would say it is hypersensitivity because it's not easy to sense its presence. Talk about it is easier, but to sense its presence requires high level of sensitivity, and that develops only when you see the intricacies of Maya and learn to see how I-ness keeps on manifesting all the time and how we get trapped into it. इसका खाली दर्शन करते जाते हम तो फिर हमें पता चल जाता है और हमारी डेवलपमेंट हो जाती है और हम तैयार हो जाते हैं हमारे अंदर छिपे हुए भगवान को अनुभव करने के लिए। और वो जब अनुभव में आता है तो दृष्टि में बदलाव हो जाता है और सब जगह उसी की लीला कैसे है ये आप अनुभव कर सकते हैं, महसूस एहसास कर सकते हैं। ये बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो उससे जो लीडरशिप आएगी, उससे जो ये जो जिन्होंने ये रचा हुआ है खेल सब, वो तो सबसे बड़े एंटरप्राइजर है। इनका एंटरप्राइज सब यूनिवर्स को चलाता है। तो हमें अगर ये समझ में आया कि ये कितना इंट्रिकेट है और हमें कितनी गहराई में उसको समझ लेना चाहिए, और ये एंटरप्राइज अगर हमारे ध्यान में आ गया उसका एंटरप्राइज, और वो तो इनोवेशन तो हमेशा चलता ही रहता है। जब हम यहाँ आए थे तब जो थे अब अभी नहीं है। वो बदलाव की प्रक्रिया जो है वो अप्रतिहत चलती रहती है। तो ये जो है ये हमारी सच्ची ताकत है और ये शांति की ताकत है। ताकत की ताकत दूसरों पर रोक जमाने की ताकत नहीं है, तो शांति में छिपी हुई ताकत है। उसका अगर हमें एहसास हो गया, अगर हम समझ गए, तो फिर हम सच्चे अर्थ में लीडर हो जाएंगे। खाली लीडरशिप यानी बहुत सारे फॉलोइंग जो है, मैं तो सोचता हूँ कि फॉलोइंग के पीछे नहीं लगना चाहिए। तो योग की जो बुनियादी जो बातें हैं वो अच्छी तरह समझकर जीवन में ढालना, इस पर अगर जोर दिया और अंदर से बदलाव आ गया तो उसका जो असर है तो अपने आप होने लगेगा। तो लीडरशिप तो अपने आप चली आएगी। लीडरशिप के लिए एहसास बहुत प्रयास करोगे तो ये पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप हो जाएगी। योग की जो लीडरशिप है वो अलग तरह की लीडरशिप है, वो शांति की लीडरशिप है। जोर लगाकर आगे जाकर बैठने की नहीं है। तो पीछे रहने के लिए भी तैयार है आप। आपके पास बहुत सारी ज्ञान है, फिर भी आप जमीन पर बैठने के लिए भी तैयार है। आपको किसी तरह का बड़प्पन नहीं चाहिए, तो वो सही बड़प्पन है। और ये योग की नींव है, उसका अधिष्ठान है, वो समझ लेना ज़रूरी है। तो मैं खाली आप सब लोगों को यहाँ इसके लिए वेलकम करता हूँ, इस प्रोग्राम के लिए। और बहुत सारे पैनल डिस्कशंस भी होने वाले हैं, लेकिन ये थोड़ा एक सोच आपके सामने रखना चाहता था कि लीडरशिप, इनोवेशन और एंटरप्राइज क्या है वास्तविक। और वो अगर हमने सामने रख दिया और उस इफ़ वी लुक एट इट इन दिस पर्सपेक्टिव, then the outcome of this conference will be completely different than anticipated outcome. So I wish you all the best for best results and best outcome, and wish you all the best for going deep into yourself, understanding yourself well, understanding your I-ness well, and transcending it to get in touch with your core self or your energy principle within you, which is universally connected with everything that exists in this world, in this universe. So that connectedness within us and around us has to be revealed, has to be realized to live up to the philosophy of yoga. Then it will be real yoga darshan. Otherwise it is just a bunch of words that we are talking about. But if it gets into your system, gets ingrained into your system, gets completely assimilated, then the teachers would not be the teachers in the sense of the limited term, but they'll be like guiding people or providing service to the people and service above self. And with that humility, they will approach their students, not with arrogance, but with humility. And humility would breed great amount of receptivity, which is so important. So I just wanted to bring certain important points to your attention and wish you all the best for your pursuit in yoga and self-realization. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Vinodji, for your guidance and like how well now the teachers are going to deal with their students. And now I call upon the IYA committee on stage for felicitation and a group photograph. So I call upon Dr. Samprasad Vinodji, the chairperson. Yes. The IYA Maharashtra chapter committee has Dr. Samprasad Vinod as the chairperson, Sir Vinod Gajanan Joshi as the senior vice chairperson, Yeah. Okay. I call upon our guest of honor, Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan ji, to come and hand over the trophies to them. Yes. Dr. Samprasad Vinod, our chairperson. Let's have a round of applause for him. Yes. Yes. Vinod Gajanan Joshi, our senior vice chairperson of the IYA Maharashtra State Chapter. Dr. Deepak Bagaria, our vice chairperson. Yes, Dr. Bhushanji, please on the stage for felicitation. No, for them, our IYA members, you. Nitin Patkeji, our secretary. Yes. Dr. Rajneesh Sharma, our treasurer of the IYA Maharashtra State Chapter. Then we have everyone's favorite Dr. Pallavi Kahani ji, the Joint Secretary of IYA. We have Dr. Sabir Sheikh as a convener for academics. Our most hard-working Dr. Vikas Chothe, convener for publication. He's putting all the efforts for this. Last but not the least, Jyoti Keswani, I am the research convener of IYA.
A big round of applause to Jyoti ji. We'll have a group photo all together with Sir. बच्चों को
I call upon the performers of Dr. Pallavi Kavhani ji, all the kids who are the real heroes, to be felicitated by Sir. Sir, you will felicitate them. Hello. Yes, can we have those heroes on stage? Louder claps.
The champion of champion अभी जो हांगकांग में हुआ ना उसमें champion
Congratulations.
You guys are the yoga next.
Yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan ji and the kids. Now I call upon Palak Sanghvi ji to come and take over the anchoring. Thank you everyone. It was a nice pleasure talking to you all.
Thank you, Jyoti ji. After an enriching and thought-provoking session with our esteemed chief guest, it's time to step into the next chapter of today's conference. Namaste, I'm Palak Sanghvi from Swasti, pursuing YCB Level 3, Teacher and Evaluator. It is truly a privilege to anchor the next segment of the Yoga Next conference. Yoga today stands at a powerful intersection of tradition and transformation. As yoga continues to find relevance in diverse professional and institutional spaces, the role of leadership and responsible innovation becomes increasingly significant. It is in this evolving context that we begin our first panel discussion. As we begin our first panel discussion, we turn our attention to a theme that is deeply relevant for the future of yoga: leadership and entrepreneurship. While the essence of yoga remains unchanged, the context in which yoga professionals function today has evolved significantly. Today's yoga professionals are not only teachers, they are studio founders, wellness entrepreneurs, researchers, corporate consultants, institutional leaders, and community builders. In this changing landscape, leadership in yoga is no longer about authority, it is about authenticity. It is about living the practice, leading with clarity, compassion, and consistency. A true yoga leader inspires not just by position, but through presence. Entrepreneurship in yoga is not about commercialization. It is about creating sustainable and ethical models of impact, where livelihood, service, and integrity coexist. This panel will explore that very transition from passion to profession, from individual practice to collective impact, and from intention to implementation. May I now take this opportunity to introduce our esteemed panel. I invite Dr. Shwetambari Tsote, founder of Swasti and MD Homeopathy, to felicitate the panel one speakers. Our first panelist is Ms. Sushma Paul. She is the country head, Corpcom India, leading a global IT MNC with operations across multiple geographies. With over 2 decades of leadership experience, she brings deep expertise in building high-performing teams, driving innovation, and shaping organizational culture at scale. What makes her presence especially relevant today is a strong engagement with yoga and wellness. She is also a YCB Level 2 Yoga Wellness Instructor, actively involved in International Yoga Day initiatives and corporate yoga programs, bridging leadership, technology, and well-being. She truly represents how modern leadership can integrate performance with consciousness. Our next panelist is Dr. Sachi Bajpai. She holds a PhD from IIT Bombay and has been a key contributor to Yogastha, the wellness and yoga community at IIT Bombay. She has led and coordinated International Yoga Day programs for 4 consecutive years at IIT Bombay, playing a pivotal role in integrating yoga within academic and institutional ecosystems. Currently pursuing her journey as Level 1 yoga professional, Dr. Shachi brings a unique perspective at the intersection of research, leadership, and community-based wellness initiatives. Her work highlights how yoga thrives within structured institutions while staying true to its roots. Our third panelist today, Mr. Manjunath KB. He brings a powerful blend of corporate leadership, entrepreneurship, and yogic living. With over 21 years of experience in global IT industry, he has held leadership roles across business ownership, product strategy, and large-scale business transformation initiatives worldwide. Beyond corporate leadership, he is the founder of the Billion Habits movement, and creator of habit circles for yoga entrepreneurs. Initiatives focused on habit building, conscious leadership, and community-driven growth. He is also the founder and CEO of Heartful Tech Private Limited, working towards empowering yoga professionals, healers, and coaches to build sustainable, value-aligned ventures. His journey exemplifies how yoga, habits, and entrepreneurship can come together to create long-term impact. I'm sure this discussion will leave us with insights that are practical, inspiring, and deeply rooted in purpose. To guide this enriching conversation, may I invite the moderator, Ms. Sonali Karnawat, a YCB Level 2 Yoga Wellness Instructor and a fashion designer by profession, to take charge of the panel discussion.
Thank you, Palakji. From runways to pathways, inner pathways, coming from the world of sustainable fashion, I see some interesting parallels with yoga. Namaste, everyone. Hola. Welcome to Yoga Next, Leadership, Entrepreneurship, and Innovation. I'm Sonali Karnawat, moderating this panel with 3 powerhouse experts, Manjunath KBG, Sushmaji Paul, and Shachiji. Please give them a big round of applause. Our session today focuses on yogapreneurship, how yoga professionals can successfully scale their work. We hear this term more often, right? Scale your work, scale. But how to do that? They will throw some light on that topic. Together, they'll empower us on leadership, entrepreneurship, smart yoga, and global paths. All right. Once again, a big round of applause, and let's begin. My first question is common for all. So I would like to start with a simple question, ma'am. So, can each one of you share your journey in yoga and how it has helped you navigate crisis management and achieve the pinnacle of leadership in your fields? Over to you. Yes. Sushmaji, we can start with you. Yes. Thank you. Yes. You are.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you for having me here. And although I think we have 45 years, I will try to contribute as much as I can and stay relevant. I know recently everybody around, I think, are quite educated people and learned people from yoga, and I'll try to do justice some extent to that. So talking about me, from where the journey started. I started my journey, I can say, way back. When today you have a lot of media, platform where you can learn about yoga, you can learn about yoga, and you have a gurus to teach you, right? My journey started when I saw my father who belongs to Indian Navy, And from the time I saw him, he used to get up every day morning, irrespective if it was a weekend or a festival, 5 in the morning, doing some exercises, doing stretching, and some breathing exercises to do justice with his work, right? Because defense is all discipline, So somehow I can say that passed in my journey, And from there, when I grew up, and when I entered into a corporate world, a lot of challenges start coming. It's a new world for me, And later, I saw that there's a lot of challenges come, and with that challenges, a lot of stress environment. After some time, you can say almost 8 or 9 years back. Am I audible? 8 or 9 years back, I was encountered cancer, And after that cancer, it was a very bad, we can say 1 year, a very terrible year for me. And lot of challenge during the treatment, And somewhere it a big setback for me. And from there, I decided that I cannot take my health as a second priority, With my job, I have to make sure I have to excel in my work. I have to also make sure that I do justice with my health, right? From there, I decided to take yoga more seriously. I started practicing and made my day-to-day routine yoga, And after that, I decided to also do the certification in that. That's why up to level 2, anyhow, I managed to finish the yoga and learned in-depth knowledge of yoga some extent so that I do in the right way, And that has really helped me, if you talk about, it really transformed my journey, the 10 years back how I used to be and today what I am, Lot more changes, especially during the crisis management you talk about, This was one of the crises, the health is a priority. I learned to come out of that situation, You know, a woman, when go through such problem, they lose their hair, and your skin become tan, your nails are black, you're getting hot flashes, you're getting palpitations, your biological cycle got changed, everything, right? And you're in mid of doing the presentation and suddenly you start getting hot flashes, you don't know how to handle, your mind stops, right? You are not able to focus, right? And some of this, it's very difficult to explain to people. But later, when I started practicing yoga, gradually I got to know some of the things because I was looking post-cancer session, nothing is there to offer you what are the side effects you went through and how you can minimize some of those side effects. And I feel that yoga has a very strong foundation in that, which can help to come out of some of those great sicknesses, right? And that has really helped me to bring my body on track, bring my mind on track, also make sure that I'm contributing to my work and excelling in my work, right? And that's why you see me today lively and healthy here today for this forum. Apart from this, when I talk about crisis management, my corporate has taught me COVID. I think we all have faced this situation, right? And COVID is a big disruptor. Maybe I can say I have 20 or 30 years experience in some of that industry, in IT industry when it comes. But COVID made me that zero. You stand still, You don't know that 20 years what you practice might be relevant in today's era or not. Because we went through a big disruption where I saw my workplace itself got changed. People started working remotely, right? People were another thing, workplace, another people. People itself got changed. The way used to people look at the situation, people used to think, got changed, right? Another thing, way of working got changed, right? Used to work 100% from office, but when the COVID taught you, nothing is permanent, yeah? Everything got disrupted. Overnight, and we were, the Compocom was the first company, not sure how many are aware, in Pune hit by the COVID first. First person in my company got hit by the COVID. Okay, so there is no experience guidelines where I can borrow from somebody, I can learn from somebody, and I can practice that, or maybe I can get out of the situation. So there was no thumb rule or experience or guidelines, okay, which you can follow. So I have to start from scratch, right? So that time there was no choice that of fear of failing, just go ahead and do it, right? So we evacuated my building within 24 hours. When we got to know, the first person got infected by the COVID. And after that, we did the entire remote working enablement because you have a customer. Irrespective of any situation, you have to serve your customer. And the same thing applies to yoga also, right? Irrespective any situation, you have to serve your customer, right? Know your customer pulse, what they need. And I'm sure I don't want to take away a lot of time. We have a lot more questions. I'll share a lot more things in the next, yeah? So thank you, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Same question is for Manjunath ji as well, please.
Namaste, Namaste Pune, Namaste Maharashtra. So the journey for yoga for me started pretty much similar to what happened to you, Sushma ji. My father was diabetic for more than 20 years. So he was practicing yoga every morning. He used to wake up before me, 4:45, bang on, he's on the mat. So that's how it started, because I was a long distance runner. I had a dream of running across India. So I was living in Mumbai. I ran from Mumbai to Rajasthan, 600 kilometers, 50 kilometers every day. But that was a preparation. That was a trial run to run 10,000 kilometers eventually. So then my father said, start practicing yoga. I felt that anyway I have to carry one physiotherapist with me. Instead of spending the money on appointing a physiotherapist, let me do yoga and be self-sufficient. That's how yoga started for me. Okay. So then as I started doing yoga, I realized that my running proficiency improved. I was sweating less, huffing and puffing less. So much so that once I was in Ahmedabad, I came from Eswasa, Bangalore, early morning by flight, took the corporate 10K running event. I completed that in my record time of less than 60 minutes without any fatigue. That was an indication of how yoga can actually help long distance runners. But the starting was that. Now my goal of running across India has completely stopped. Now I want to do a Bharat Darshan, because yoga inspired me to think of something bigger. So then I did, YIC from Eswasa, MSc from Eswasa. MSc yoga was a completely transformational phase that actually started prompting me questions much bigger than what I was doing for myself. IT job, I was in IT back then. So IT job, creating wealth, taking family for a vacation, usual goals that we generally have. But the exploration into the field of yoga exposed me to think bigger. And one of my friends, Aniket Kohli from Pune, we were doing MSc together. He started sharing stories about Shivaji and Sambhaji. Kuch to hua us time pe. Something changed within me at that time, that my life cannot be simply only about doing a corporate job, earning money, going on site, building a home, buying a car, having kids, the typical template of society that we are enforced upon. So that's when the legacy that we carry from our ancestors, the yoga masters, the kings and queens who have ruled this country, we have a civilizational responsibility to take the baton ahead. If we want to think of Viksit Bharat, you and me have a bigger role to play. So that started. My wife thought I'm going mad. She's sitting right behind. If you can actually stand. So please say hello to my wife Nanda and my son Arjun. Arjun actually has his exams 10 days from now, but we brought him here to give this exposure. Yeah. So I felt that ki kuch alag karna hai, kuch bada karna hai. So that led to PhD. So I'm currently pursuing PhD from Gujarat, Lakulish University, where I'm creating a framework for couples to flourish in their marital relationship based on Panchakosha as a model. Again, the inspiration came from Dr. Ashish Pandeji. He was thinking about Panchakosha for organizations. So then I thought, why not Panchakosha for couples to flourish in their marriage? So that's another thing. So that led to Ayurvedic lifestyle management certification, YCB level 1, level 2. That's where I had the fortune of learning from Dr. Vikas ji. He was our faculty there. And so that led to, so if yoga has to elevate every Indian towards Viksit Bharat 2047, then yoga has to happen beyond the mat as well, right? So we practice certain components of yoga on the mat. So that's why if you see, we have put a poster outside. Did you see that? How many of you saw yoga go beyond the mat? That was a thought process which triggered, if yoga has to happen as a lifestyle, beyond the 1 hour of yoga session in a day, because life happens in the next 23 hours of the day, every week, every month, every year. So how do we implement yoga as a lifestyle? So that boiled down to yoga as a lifestyle. Yoga philosophy has to become a habit. So that's when I took it upon myself to, we came up with the audacious goal of 1 billion habits as a movement, where can we inspire people globally to live yoga as a lifestyle, as a daily habit in their every sphere of life. So that's how the 1 billion habits movement was born. And initially, so that led to entrepreneurship, because I was in TCS, Tata Consultancy Services, for the last 21 years. So we actually created the world's first corporate yoga council. I was a founding member of that organization along with Aniket and Shubhangi and few other people. So that gave a lot of experience of how to institutionalize yoga at the scale of an organization, because we were like 6 lakh people organization, right? So when that was happening, the philosophy of yoga kept expanding my headspace. It couldn't contain within an organization's boundary anymore. So that led me to think beyond. So I left my job 4 months ago. My wife was very worried, ki kya karega ye, paisa kaise layega, and all that. And then eventually in the last 2 months, like magical thing happened. She came on board as a director for the startup which I started. Okay, tab to koi jhagada hi nahi hai. So this is a secret to all the men here. Include your wives in your endeavors, like Vikas ji has done. So now, initially she was thinking that ye kuch to kar raha hai, habits kar raha hai, kuch to kar raha hai. Now she realizes that no, our humanity needs this. So that's the convergence we were able to bring together as a couple. And you spoke about crisis ki kya crisis hai, kya nahi kiya hai. I've gone through every crisis you could think of, relationship crisis. In fact, my marital relationship with my wife enhanced because of yoga. In fact, at one point I wanted to drop out from MSc Yoga. Ki wife was telling ki पढ़ाई कर रहे हो, पतंजलि हठ योगा चल रहा है, where is the time for us? So I said, ठीक है मैं छोड़ देता हूँ, आ जाओ बेटा. Manju, ever since you started studying yoga, I can see that you are becoming a better human being. बंदर से मानव. So तुम बन रहे हो, and you are getting better as a husband. So don't drop out from MSc Yoga. So this eventually became a PhD topic. That's what I'm doing right now. And she told me, भले यूनिवर्सिटी डिग्री दे डिग्री का, डॉक्टर का, जिस दिन मैं बोलूँगी तुम PhD हो, जिस दिन तुम डॉक्टर बनोगे. So probably in about a year I'll have the doctor certificate from the university. But जिस दिन मेरी बीवी बोलेगी, हाँ, now you're a doctor in whatever your topic you're doing, then it'll be a proper doctorate. So this has been the journey. So every crisis, relationship journey and crisis, and as Sushma ji mentioned, corporate, every day there is crisis, right? And financial crisis, think of financial, we all used to live paycheck to paycheck. तो एक दिन paycheck नहीं आया, तो अगले दिन अगले महीने क्या होगा? Because we don't really, I shouldn't say I didn't really plan so much for finances. So health crisis, I ended up, in spite of being very fit guy, I used to run marathons a lot, be regular in my yoga practices. I ended up in the ICU 2 years ago. It was shocking. So health crisis can occur anytime for any one of us. We thought it's a COVID vaccination reason, but anyway. So crisis, every time I've gone through crisis in life, yoga philosophy has come to my rescue, every time. So I would invite each of you to think about yoga as a lifestyle to be lived 24/7, not only on the mat, okay? I have a question for each of you before I hand over the mic. How many of you practiced yoga this morning? Raise your hands. Okay. How many of you practiced yoga for the last 100 days consecutively? Okay. How many of you practiced yoga for the last 1,000 days consecutively? Okay. Thank you. Don't worry. Numbers doesn't matter. It's the quality of the immersion that matters. Okay. I have next question. How many of you want to do great in your life? Is there anyone who is not raising the hands? Except sir, आप मैं तो मानता हूँ कि आप निर्वाणा पहुँच चुके हो. Anyone who wants to grow in life, please raise your hands. Okay. Anyone who wants to become a leader? Yeah. Anyone who wants to see India becoming the global bird once again by 2047? Take your hand, pat yourself, because you are the yoga next. I'm not kidding when I say this, okay? We have not just family responsibility or a national responsibility or a global responsibility. We have a civilizational responsibility. Do you understand that? Civilizational responsibility, जो हजारों साल से आ रहा है, योग का जो परंपरा, वो हमारे ऊपर है. So with that, give it you back. Thank you.
Over to you, Shachi ji.
Okay, so namaste and good morning, everyone. So I might not be saying something useful to the people who are elder to me because my life span is short and I'm an academician. So my experiences are not as great as them, but they have dealt with a lot of great problems and successfully maneuver them. But my yoga journey started with my mother. And she was a religious person, and she used to take me to the temples. And that was a Gayatri Mandir, if people know Gayatri Parivar hote hain. So there they used to have this summer camps for the children only. And they used to make you some yoga activities, Surya Namaskar, ye karo, wo karo. And that is how it started. And I used to enjoy that time because in the morning, none of the work my mother had. I used to had some great time with her, go to the temple, come back from there. And I used to be her good books also, to be very frank. And then after that, there was a great gap in my life where I missed the yoga. And that gap was filled when I entered IIT Bombay. So, and when I entered IIT Bombay in 2019, the following year only, I entered the greatest crisis of the world, COVID-19. So I happened to be the part of student task force team there, and there were very less students who were left on campus, like 80 around students in on campus, where we have around 11,000 to 13,000 students, 13,000 students. Professor Neeraj is there with us today from IIT Bombay. He's Yogastha faculty mentor. So when all the functionaries of the IIT shut down, there was only one community who was serving on campus and off campus, that was Yogastha. The seniors there were actively encouraging us to do some of the pranayams, some of the yoga, and those especially who were on campus, they were just keeping us tight, ki tum log zarur karo, you are on campus. And then the following year, I joined Yogastha. That is how my journey to yoga has happened. And then I thought of, enhancing my knowledge, get deep into that, and then I joined the level 1 certification program.
Wonderful, wonderful. Very inspiring. So, really amusing stories. Your career feels like roller coaster ride to me, honestly. But the journey shows, it goes inward first and outward next is the best example you have here, right in front of you. Right, all right. With that thought, let's... Sushma ji, I would like to ask you this. Indian yoga teachers are earning significantly less with their Western as compared to their Western counterparts, right? So sometimes a fraction of the global rate, okay? Even after having skills, lot of training, still they are earning little less as to Western competitors, I would say. So what structural and market factors contribute to this wage disparity? And how can India's yoga system, ecosystem, create better economic opportunities and fair compensation for its practitioners?
Thank you, Sonali, for the lovely question. All right, so as you mentioned, it is because of purchasing power, okay? That is something we all know, which is also 6% on an average inflation every year you face India. Apart from that, you also have the living cost. Some of these things are also the differentiator compared to the Western countries. But one important thing I would like to highlight here, what I have observed, the yoga, as everybody mentioned, the root started from India, okay? Now it's the world is practicing and world is following this, okay? And what different Western countries does, okay? They package it very well, okay? They don't teach yoga or a hut yoga for hours. They don't focus on sessions, okay? They don't talk about come and teach you yoga for 1 hour, virtual, or maybe face-to-face, or in person. We emphasize more on sessions, wherein the Western countries, what I have observed, they give you a very good solution-based. They offer you with solution. What do I mean to say when solution-based? Like wellness program, they offer you, come for the wellness program. Mental health, they know their country, the top 3 problems or top 5 problems, right? In Western countries, stress, anxiety issues, yeah, sleep disorder issues, yeah, and a lot more executive stress, okay, diseases, sicknesses, post that treatment, they need to recover their body, right? Cancer is one of that. But how many of yoga professionals, they talk about outcome-based solution. We don't talk about the outcome-based solution, okay? So when you start selling solution, I'm sure what you are getting for your one session, I think people will more like to listen to you and come forward to join you, yeah? So first thing, I think you should stop saying that I'm a yoga teacher. Teacher is a skill, okay? So start saying that I'm a solution provider. The same thing happened in our industry as well. We don't pay, our customer doesn't pay us just because we do maybe XYZ hours of coding. They pay for the outcome, yeah? They don't pay us for how many hours support we are giving. They pay us for their problems to be solved, okay? Are we solving their problem, yeah? So I think same thing applies to yoga professionals as well, right? We look our job, maybe we have in-depth knowledge, okay? But we are not looking at how to position in front of our customer. I think yoga don't have boundaries. One of the beautiful thing about yoga that you can touch base all the industry, you can touch base all the age group, right? You can touch base all the sicknesses, what challenges people are facing. Do you know India is one of the largest economy? So you know that you have a big customer base, yeah? But you don't know what my customer need. If you call people, I'll just give you an example. I in between joined some time for, you can say, a gym instructor, okay? I hired a personal gym instructor. I used to pay him 8,000 rupees per month, okay? For some strength training, yeah? Because I wanted some strength training for certain yoga postures to be doing, okay? And it was 6 to 7 month training. That person started because he made himself as a brand. Why I hired him? Not because he can teach me gym instructor, he is a good gym instructor, but I saw his profile, he himself looks like a brand, okay? Walk, talk, look, okay, everything. Plus he has earned state level, you can say, championship, right? He is not only teaching me strengthening exercises, but also he is teaching me what diet I should be having, how much I should be having. He should be controlling my diet, everything. So he packaged well for me. Being a corporate culture, I'm coming from the corporate background, he understood my pain problem, that I will able to give him only 1 hour. And according to that, he made sure that in 3 weeks, or in a week, 3 days, okay, how you utilize my time, right? So he provided me a solution that, ma'am, 6 months you join, out of 6 months, this is what are you going to get, okay? He didn't sell that these many hours of gym, I will pay you, I will charge you this much, right? So he gave me the solution that after 6 months, you'll have that strengthening in your hand, your legs, so that you can do some of these things and you'll able to make a good muscle building, right? Which is required for strengthening for 50 years women, right? That's the one thing he taught me, yeah? So that is one, I think we need to brand ourselves, okay? Walk, talk, and everything, how we look. For also, I think important that communication skills, are you able to connect with your people? What language they speak, what culture they talk? I think a lot of time there's a lot of barrier, we don't understand their culture. And that's why we mislead, yeah? Start offering, you need to go with, talk about the problem, next thing. Don't talk about the session, talk about the problem. Anxiety, come to us. Sleep disorder, come to us, okay? I can provide you the solution. These are some of the things you have to talk. Diabetic, come to us. Post-cancer treatment, come, we will bring your body on track. This is what you have to sell and package it. When you start providing solution, I'm sure there is no limit for your earning. Plus, I think COVID taught us a lot that you need to have multiple sources of income. Never rely on one source of income. I think a lot of time we just go with one pattern, one way of operating, and that's why sometimes suddenly you lose your customer, they join you for some time, they learn certain posture because that's the objective, because you are selling that, right? Once they learn, they will disappear. They will not come to you. They will not stay with you. They will not follow you, right? So it's very important that you are ahead of time. That's what the IT teaches. If you are not ahead of time, you will get absolute in today's era of intelligence, which is called the AI, right? So you need to use AI, or you can say multiple platforms today you have, start leveraging those platforms. A lot of time I've seen we are not very tech savvy in yoga, okay? I'm not just questioning anybody's intelligence, but I'm just trying to say that if you don't leverage technology and you'll be not thinking ahead of time, you might get obsolete or irrelevant in today's era. But today era is, as you say, the AI era, but also today era is for yoga. Because yoga as don't have any boundaries. Yoga can go into the school. Yoga can teach the students because they go through a lot of anxieties, issues, exams, pressure, studies, right? You can make their strong foundations. You need to choose one area which you are good. You need to have that clarity of thought. I'm not saying that you touch across all the areas, but you have ample of choices which you can make it. Analyze your strength. Are you good for the student? Are you good for the corporates? For all big CEOs or the big management team today, they are highly pressured, they work in the environment. Can you build and offer them a solution? Breathing exercises, anxiety, stress, clarity of thoughts, focus, how they can improve. I think that area you can choose. Medical, if you haven't touched medical area, you can go. Defense area, you can go. Lot of defense who take some of the assignments, which is very terrible assignment they go through and they want to come out of that for recovery. Are you planning some of that kind of sessions for them? Are you reaching or tapping the right market? I think that is very important for you today in era. So that is how, if you package yourself well and become not a session or provider, or you become a solution provider, I'm sure you will really, there is no limit for your earning, or you will flourish in your career and you'll do well. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I can totally relate to this because I'm a personal stylist and we do take care of this walk, talk, and look part. And along with that, now we're teaching them mindfulness.
Yeah.
So, focusing the direction towards sustainability, sustainable fashion, and limited consumption. Right? Yeah, but this is wonderful. So, the real gap isn't in currency, but in positioning and perception. Right?
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right. We need to move from one size fits all to custom made consciousness. It feels like asanas have gone global, but the ownership hasn't yet, and we will definitely work towards it. Right. Next question is to Manjunath ji. Drawing from your breathwork therapy and corporate seeker programs, how can yoga philosophy like ahimsa, satya, aparigraha foster entrepreneurship resilience? If they have any bounce backs or inevitable setbacks, so how they can bounce back from those inevitable situations or setbacks?
So there are 4 key words in your question. One is breathwork. Second is corporate seekers. Third is resilience and entrepreneurship. So let's address these 4. Are you ready? Interact karna padega. Okay, I'll ask you questions, you have to respond. So how many of you breathe? Obviously. How many of you have done pranayama before? Good. So the breathwork that she mentioned is a slightly different variation of this called the 5 elements breathwork. Okay? Panchamahabhuta, we know? Space, air, fire, water, earth, right? So when we do breathing practices in the deeper context of these 5 elements, the impact is very, very powerful. So I actually, in the larger spectrum of yoga, I actually decided, Sonali ji, long ago, I'll not become a therapist. मैं सिर्फ philosophy teach करूँगा, ठीक है? But then it so happened that I happened to come across 5 elements breathwork, and now I'm a therapist there as well. So my portfolio, as ma'am said, expand your sources of income. I expanded my portfolio in that sense. So 5 elements breathwork, I just want to give a 2 minutes preview what this is about. So when we do pranayama, there is a subtle difference between the way we do pranayamas and the 5 elements breathwork. But both have come from the same yogic lore. Okay, 5 elements breathwork has come from Himalayan masters. Okay, but it went to the West and it came to India, and I learned from, it happens, right? So that's how I learned from an Indian master, Mahesh ji, who learned it from Leonard Orr. Have you heard anyone this name? The monk who sold his Ferrari? Oh, yes. Remember the book? The book is featured on this person called Leonard Orr. He came to India because he was declared that he will die because of cancer in few months, and spent 2 years and learned all these things, took it to the West, and made it as rebirthing breathwork. It came back to India through Mahesh ji because he expanded it beyond air breathwork to all the 5 elements. So here each session lasts for like 1.5 to 2 hours, where we'll do certain types of breathing for 1.5 to 2 hours. Air breathwork on the mat. Fire breathwork, put a Agni Kund, and next to that you lie down on a mat and do it for 1.5 to 2 hours. Water breathwork is even more innovative. You'll be floating on the river water. Someone will be holding you, the therapist will be holding you, and you will do breath work for like 1.5 to 2 hours. You can do it in swimming pool as well, but I love taking it in the river. Earth breath work, can you imagine? Any guesses how earth breath work is done? It's not just lying down on the earth. You're buried in the earth till your neck, okay? And then breath work happens, so very deep. Space, how do you do space? We can't ask Elon Musk to take us to space and then do it. So we just lie down on a hammock, tied to 2 trees. So there is space beneath and space above. So this is the 5 elements breathwork. So how this has helped me particularly, I must say, I've still not seen the pinnacle of this journey because this is very deep. After every session, I feel like I'm elevated above the ground to some distance. Yeah. In fact, me, my wife and son, we all did 2-day workshops. We went to the Himalayas and did all the 5 elements in the Himalayas. And now we went to Kashi and did the whole experience of that. So now we are planning to go to Mount Kailash. So this whole journey of 5 elements breathwork has been very powerful because breath essentially connects us to the universe. The breath is the connecting medium between the Jivatma and the Paramatma, right? So especially for corporate people, why this is more important is, in corporates, all we do is take decisions. every single day. We want to show up with more customer centricity. Customer centricity means what? More compassion, right? What is compassion? Compassion means going away from individual ego and dissolving and serving. So all this happens just through breath, because the breath brings higher intuition, because it connects us deeper to the universal energy. So that's how the breath work is very relevant for not only for corporate professionals, but for all of us. Okay, so pranayama combined with the 5 elements breath work is a very potent force, I must say. If you have not experienced it, we are here in Pune for the next 1 week. Tell me, I'm very happy to conduct either a one-on-one session or a group session. Okay, you should experience it. At least 1 air session banta hai sabke liye. Okay, that's one. Your second question was corporate seekers, right? Corporate seekers is a brand I coined some few years ago. This came from a, so we were, me and my wife and son and a friend, we were stuck in Uttarakhand for 4 months because of second lockdown. Okay, a very beautiful place to get stuck at, especially Kasar Devi Hill. We were there for 2.5 months. So I was talking to my wife, and what is it that we all seek in corporates? We all seek promotions, on-sites, better salaries, whatnot, better roles, climbing up the pyramid of ladder of corporates. What is it that a seeker seeks in a corporate? That was a conversation. That's how the brand name Corporate Seekers came about. Then, what is it that we obviously seek? These are the things, right? Paisa chahiye, gaadi, bangla, ye sab chahiye. Job satisfaction, right? And also the satisfaction of mentoring more people at our workplace, grow as a leader. So the next question was, what is it that we seek beyond the obvious? What is it that we are seeking beyond the obvious? These are the obvious things we seek. Beyond the obvious is what? Which is, I think, how many of you are below 40 years here? Raise your hands. Okay, that's the majority. How many above 40? Okay, yeah, or 40s. There is something called midlife crisis. Have you heard of it? This typically hits you at 40 or 40ish. कि चलो शादी हो गया, बच्चे हो गए, कार हो गया, घर बना दिया, foreign जाके आया, आओ क्या? What is more to life? So this is where,
really common problem.
Yeah.
You are addressing here.
So actually that made me a midlife crisis coach. कि मैंने सोचा कि lot of, because I was going through myself, that's how the transition from corporate to entrepreneurship happened. That we all seek something beyond, but the yogic philosophy already has the answers for this. Yogic philosophy already has the answers that what one should be seeking in life. That is, it has told in various ways, dharma, artha, kama, moksha, and various ways, different ashramas that we transition through. It's only thing that we have been taught, but probably we've not implemented it enough, is what I say. So if you're working in a corporate, or you're a housewife, or you're a teacher, doesn't matter. If you simply apply yogic philosophy in the right context of our life, that will bring us out of every crisis. In fact, you will not even feel that you're going through a crisis. That's, I would say, we all are seekers, right? We all seek. But only a point comes in life where we feel, हमने जो भी सीख किया अभी तक, that was more of a society template. Now I want to seek something deeper. That's when the deeper quest starts. So I would request each of you to keep this ignition on throughout life, to keep seeking and go within deeper. Yeah. And your third point was about resilience and?
Resilience, entrepreneurship.
Entrepreneurship and resilience. So let me handle it, resilience first. What is resilience basically? We all have studied in yoga philosophy, right? How many of you have done level 1, level 2? Yeah. We have studied about stress. What is stress? Stabilization, arousal of stabilization of, when you go through stress again and again, your ability to come back to normalcy reduces. So rubber ki tarah khich jata hai life, right? So you're not resilient anymore, right? So the resiliency comes on the mat and off the mat. On the mat, we prepare ourselves in terms of physical resilience, breath resilience, mind resilience. But the remaining 24 hours of the day gives us the opportunity, chal ab dikhao kitna sikha hai na? Have you ever experienced so much turbulence while you're on the mat? Because you're focused, there is an instructor to teach you, etc., right? But when you and your spouse are having heated argument, where is your resilience? When you have a customer escalation on your head and your employee is threatening to resign, you must have seen many of these, right? So where is the resilience? That resilience comes when we apply the learnings on the mat beyond the mat. That resilience comes when we realize that yoga is not only about what we do on the mat, but the philosophy we apply in every situation of life. अभी और आंसर करूँगा तो क्लास हो जाएगा, ठीक है?
That's wonderful.
So that's the context. The last point is entrepreneurship, right? How many of you are entrepreneurs here? Raise your hands. Wrong answer. Each of us are entrepreneurs. Why? Because entrepreneurship is not only about putting a stall out there and selling stuff. We are constantly selling. How many of you believe that everybody is a salesperson? Don't you think? Am I selling right now to you? I'm selling myself to you. I'm telling my story to you. I want you to buy me, isn't it? Now she's smiling so brightly, she stands out. She's unconsciously selling her ability to be attentive. We are constantly selling. So tell me, how many of you are salespersons? Raise your hands. Even my 14-year-old son Arjun is raising his hands. Everybody, we all are salesperson. We are constantly selling our ideas. We are constantly selling our products. We are constantly trying to influence others, right? So remove this misconception that only a guy who puts a business, who creates a company in Ministry of Corporate Affairs is an entrepreneur. Each of us are entrepreneurs. Each of us have the ability to influence and inspire others positively, isn't it? If Vikasji has been able to inspire all of you to come here on a Sunday afternoon, you could be doing anything else today, watching a movie, going on a vacation, whatever. You are here. Has it sold you the idea of Yoga Next or not? Yeah? Isn't it? So each of us are entrepreneurs. The thing is, how do we apply this skill? Do you want to know? How to take this notion of being an entrepreneur, whether with or without the title of being a CEO, being a founder, having a legally represented company in the corporate affairs or not, doesn't matter. Are you interested how to become an entrepreneur in every facet of life? Let's save that for the next question, okay? if there are follow-ups, we'll answer that. Thank you.
So I could basically understand that self-compassion is more important than self-criticism, because we're mostly criticizing ourselves, as in, ये हो सकता है, नहीं हो सकता, am I good enough to be there, क्या कर सकती हूँ मैं, right? I think you were trying to hit that, yeah? Right, wonderful. Right, next question is to Shachiji. What role can technology play in personalized yoga therapy, research and global outreach?
So, I feel technology has a lot role to play in yoga today. As I told you that my journey, introduction to more deeper part of yoga started during COVID, and it started through technology because we could connect through Zoom call, right? So had it been not personalized enough, I would have not joined it. Same way, if we say there are a lot more model we are training nowadays for the personalized yoga, yoga practices, Surya Namaskar. But if we combine it with personal touch, like if I have a certain medical history, and if I know what to do and what not to do, I would rather join that app or technology than any other. That is one way of looking at it. Now, if you say about the research, I look at it in this way, as I suggested to Manju sir also. He has some app, and if I am doing 108 Surya Namaskar, I have heard everyone saying that do 108 Surya Namaskar, but why not 109? I don't have answer.
Right.
So that is my perspective. If some app or some application gives me a click to teach me why I have to practice 108 Surya Namaskar with citations, with references of the scientific world, I would recommend that over any other. Yeah. Being from the academician background and the research scholar fraternity, I still believe that something has to come with a certain validation, some scientific background. I would choose that if something is written in our scriptures, do I have the citation of it? Do I have a reference of it? I don't know, because I am doing research in another topic. I don't have time to do research in yoga now. I would go in the technology, look for the app where all the references for certain problems are there.
That is a really nice business idea.
So that is I look for the research in yogic practices. And the third is global outreach program. So for the global outreach program, I think this announcement of International Day of Yoga is itself a global outreach program for me. Because we all know that yoga exists and it initiated in India. And we are blessed that it started, our Prime Minister has started the International Day of Yoga and given us the platform where we can, demonstrate our practices, our ancient knowledge to the world. Fortunately, unfortunately, the Western world is more visible in this domain, that we have to look for why and how we can, they are ahead in terms of visibility than us. That is another perspective. But I think in the global outreach program, we are doing good. And if you look at any of you take the Sunita Williams, you take the person Subhanshu Shukla who has went there, they all talk about the pranayama and yoga that have kept them there for long, that have given them courage to stay there and face those challenges in this space. So I think in terms of the global outreach, everyone, be it sports, be it scientific community, be it anything, and even internationally, people are following it.
Wonderful.
And if I may, Sona, if I may add to that, we receive your suggestion, ma'am, and for every habit we have built on habit circles, we'll have scientific quotations.
That's really nice. So future of yoga is global in reach and personal in touch. Yes? Let's move on to Sushma ji. In fashion, I often see artisans who create the soul of a garment. But the global brands capture most of the economic value and attention. In yoga, we see something similar, right? It's disturbing, but we see that. India holds the spiritual roots. It's the birthplace of yoga. Yet, much of the global commercial value is created elsewhere in the world, right? We are actually less than 3% of the share globally. Yeah. So, what do you think? How we can, change that, or without compromising on yogic ethics or values, how we can work towards it?
Thank you. Wonderful question. All right. So, let me talk something out of yoga. Okay. First, start with that. Okay. How many of you have seen Dhurandhar movie? Majority. They see the popularity. That's the. All right. So Dhurandhar movie. Okay, you must have seen in some of media. The trailer was about one song where Akshay Kumar is entering. Right. That song actually got very popular, and that was in the trailer, and grabbed a lot of attention of the audience. Right. And the lead role is, I think, Ranveer Singh, yeah. These are the two actors. But the cream part, the trailer actually took a lot of attraction, yeah. Akshay Kumar, which is. While this Akshay Kumar took the limelight, okay, but if you know the reality, Akshay Kumar got paid something. I'm not here talking about anybody, okay, just giving you an example. So Akshay Kumar got something 3.2 CR for his acting, wherein Ranveer Singh, he got something more than 30 crore, right? And Akshay Kumar got something 3 CR, right? Though he is a more experienced actor, okay? And but Ranveer, he made himself as a brand, right? He's more relevant for today. He has millions of followers, especially youth followers today, right? So a lot of fan followings, yeah? So do you know why he was paid? Because one is he made himself brand, fan followings, but Akshay took the limelight. But producer always work on one thing, risk, okay? Who can take up that risk? The risk can be taken up by Ranveer, okay? Because Akshay Kumar, if it is in the leading role, definitely audience will not show so much, right? So that was the challenge, yeah? But the trailer worked well, and Akshay was paid for that. Okay, though he having a lot of experience, but he was paid only 3 CR, wherein Ranveer got paid for more than 30 CR, right? So that's the difference. Same thing happened in yoga also, I've seen. Like you mentioned, the artist, okay, who do all the fine work, but the credit goes to the brand, right? They are got more value. Because the brand always is seen, okay, and more popular, more fan followings, and that's why. And there we misses, okay? I think that is a big gap in terms of even the yoga when you come, or the artist you come and talk about that, they miss that part, okay? So they want who can take the risk. And that's why the director or the producer paid for the risk who is taking, okay? And that is the value. Another example I would like to talk about, Sadhguru, I think is a very well known, and you all people might be following him, okay? And why he is popular? Is it popular for the yoga session he takes? Or he talks about yoga, that's why he's popular? He's a brand today, right? He's a very popular guy. People come for training, for the courses worldwide, people travel to Isha Foundation, right? How many of you have visited Isha Foundation? You have already visited, right? So what is differentiated, what Sadhguru has done, he's not talking about session, he's not talking about the yoga, but he knows the root of yoga, he knows the science behind that, and he has used very beautifully or showcase, and he talk today mind, which today people can relate, today generation can relate, okay? And that's where he is talking, and he is able to connect with people. I think it's very important if we facing to the audience, and if you go and talk in Sanskrit, I know that is one of the beautiful language we should, but your majority of people don't know. So which language you're talking? Are you able to connect with the today mind? I think that is important, and which Sadhguru does with very clarity. He able to connect in event, in big forum. I happened to meet him one of the, sometime back, NASCOM forum, a huge forum where globally people come in IT. You must be aware of NASCOM, right? So in NASCOM forum, his session was kept end of the day as a showstopper, because people will wait for entire session and to listen to him. That's the one important thing. You can understand how important and public. So when he came, the audience, even the corporate was able to relate with him. So he talks with any crowd, even in the schools or colleges or a big event, wherever he go, he connects well with the audience, all type of audience. Whether it is a student, whether young children, whether you're a sportsman, whether the defense, whether you talk about IT, global platforms, any country you talk about, he visits every country. And he talks with very clarity and the connect. I think that is very much important when you have a knowledge of yoga, how you need to focus, or you need to talk with the clarity. That is very much important. Another thing what Sadhguru has done, Isha Foundation, you know, brand yourself. We do often ethically, very much important. And same thing apply for, because your image is very much important. People wants to see you, who you are, why you are doing it. What is your purpose? What is your story? People don't want to just see you that you are coming on the platform and you are teaching a session. They will not connect with you for some time, maybe for some time, but you're not able to grab their attention for a long time, or not able to build our followers, right? That will only happen when you every time consistently, very clear and crisp messages you are sending and making, and on all the platforms you are connecting. You are not only on the YouTube, but also you're on the Insta, so that you're making sure that all the youth is connected. You're on LinkedIn, you're making sure that all professionals you are connected, yeah? So clarity is very much important. Your purpose has to clear. You should able to connect with the today mind, otherwise you'll not able to stay relevant, yeah? Another thing, he drive communities, right? So how are you connected with some of those communities? That's very much important. He stand for a cause, save soil, right? That is important. So when you are a yoga professional, if you go with only with knowledge of yoga, but not connected with any community, I think you will not stay relevant for a long time. I think your fan followings comes from there as well. People wants to see what you do in your life, right? So some of these things are important to make sure that you stay more relevant in today's era, okay? You connect with people and talk what people wants to hear. Know your audience well, okay? And talk their language, yeah? Their problems, connect with them. I think that is very much important to make sure, yeah? So I think respecting the time, I'll try to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. So basically, ethics don't have to slow success. They can actually shape it. It feels like the future belongs to those who can hold both the balance sheet and Bhagavad Gita in the same hands, but with ethics, right? All right. Next question is, thank you. Next question is to Manjunath ji. A quick fun comparison. A pair of premium yoga tights in a global store like Lululemon, just an example, can sometimes cost the same as a full yoga course here in India. So my question is, how did we become the world's spiritual gym, but not yet the world's yoga business hub? And what would it take to change that?
Interesting. Did you hear the question? How many of you did not hear the question? Raise your hands. The question is, India is the spiritual gym of the world, the spiritual capital of the world. Why we are not the spiritual commercial capital of the world? That's a question, right? How many of you feel that I teach yoga, which is very pure in its essence and form, पैसा नहीं लेना चाहिए, yoga से पैसा नहीं बनाना चाहिए? How many of you feel that? Only 2 people are raising hands, 3, 4, but सबके मन में है, झूठ मत बोलो, ठीक है? Why this is coming is because somewhere down the line we forgot Chanakya's teachings. Hello? Do you remember Chanakya? TV में देखते थे. अब उसका थोड़ा सीखते हैं. Chanakya said, Dharma is the essence of a society. What is it? Dharma. Please repeat after me. Dharma is the foundation of society. ठीक है? But सिर्फ धर्म से काम नहीं चलेगा. क्योंकि there will be adharmis who will be trying to pull the dharma down because of their own vested interests. ठीक है? So, at the scale of a nation, if you have to permeate and protect dharma and scale dharma for the upcoming generations, Chanakya says, dharmasya mulaha artha. Dharmasya mulaha artha. Artha here is values and wealth. Okay? So we have to create wealth so that we can protect and permeate and scale dharma. Good so far? So say after me. Dharmasya mulaha artha. अब अर्थ कैसे क्रिएट करें? ठीक है? अर्थस्य मूलः. Anyone knows the answer? Rajyah. Arthasya मूलः राज्यः. If you want to create wealth, you need to first have a kingdom, isn't it? तो घर में कितना ही कर लोगे wealth? You need a kingdom, right? राज्यस्य मूलः राजः. So let's play with these 4 words. धर्मस्य मूलः अर्थः, अर्थस्य मूलः राजा, राज्यस्य मूलः राजा. कैसे राजा बनना है उसका भी है. Chanakya has told that also, but we'll restrict it to entrepreneurship today. Okay. If through yoga we are trying to spread dharma, which is yogic philosophy, that is dharma, isn't it? To do that you need wealth. Zoom account के लिए 15,000 रुपए चाहिए. वो कहाँ से आएगा? Yoga mat के लिए now yoga mats have become so expensive. कहाँ से पैसा आएगा? So if you cannot hesitate anymore to combine commerce with yoga, some of you might not like what I'm saying. Can you hear me? It is time to blend entrepreneurship with yoga. And I call it as yogapreneurship. What is it? Yogapreneurship. So each of you, along with being yoga professionals, yoga experts, you have to evolve into, number 1, king. You have to become a king. Yogi king. Does it ring a bell? Yogi king, some chief minister yogi. Yeah. So we have to become kings. So model yourself along the lines of kings. For example, I'm hugely inspired by Shivaji Maharaj, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. How many of you watched Chhawa movie? For someone to withstand that level of torture, the guy cannot do what he did if he's not married to a larger vision. Ma'am spoke about marry yourself with a larger vision. Okay. Shivaji seeded that vision in Sambhaji right from the early childhood, right? So what was his vision? Swarajya. Okay. हम स्वराज मिल गया अभी योगा को स्वराज दिलाना है. So marry yourself to a larger cause. For example, I feel inspired deeply by Viksit Bharat as a vision. Amrit Kal, when Amrit Kal happens 2047, I'll be in my mid-60s, me and my wife. My son will be in his mid-30s. What kind of a nation we want our kids to experience, all those kids who performed the asanas today, what kind of a nation we want to give them in 20 years from now? So can we embrace that as a vision? Okay, number one. I'm going to make you a revision, okay? So what's our vision? Viksit Bharat in our lifetime. I want to see India as a golden bird again in my lifetime before I die. Do you want that? Not loud enough. Okay, तो उसके लिए क्या बनना पड़ेगा? You have to become a king. That is leadership. What is topic today? Leadership. I think, sir, you spoke about leadership beautifully. So we have to innately become kings. Okay, now there are two ways to become a king. You can become a yoga king living in a cave in a Himalayan mountain. Okay, that's one path to take, which is absolutely fine. But I want to address the next point to grihasthas. Are you a sannyasi here or a grihastha? Can a grihastha become a yogi? No, ma'am, you are saying not sure. Yes, we can become a yogi. So in addition to becoming a yogi, we have to become yogi kings and yogi queens. What do you want to become? So women say yogi queen, come on. The men should become yogi kings in our own right through the yogic philosophy powered leadership skills. Okay. In addition to that, to permeate the dharma, you have to build a rajya. What is your rajya? घर में जो 3-4 लोग हैं वही बात नहीं सुनते, कौन सुनेगा? Right? So you have to build a community, as you mentioned. Build your own community, build your brand, as Sushma ji said, start building your community. Don't search for customers. कि अगले महीने 10,000 रुपए कहाँ से आएगा? Don't do that. Build your community and your customers will come on the mat without you sweating, without you spending a single rupee on Facebook advertisements. Do you want to know how? Ask me how. Not loud enough. Tell me, Manju, how? Tell me, Manju, how? By building your community. How will you build your community? One way is, of course, you be active on social medias, because we hesitate as a nation to talk about ourselves. We hesitate as a nation to talk about our strengths. But wo zamana gaya. We can't be doing that. Otherwise, very soon you will be inundated with patents from the Western world, which is already happening on every practice that we have been following for thousands of years. So each of us have to step up not only as a yogi king, but also as a yogi entrepreneur. Are you ready? Okay? Start building your communities. See, what did Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj do? He didn't say, come on guys, let's have fun, let's do some battles, kill enemies. Did he do that? He built a community of people which lasted beyond his own lifetime, beyond his own son's lifetime. You know the whole Maratha history, right? For decades, the Maratha movement people thought was dead. Was it dead? It was only getting strengthened behind the shadows, behind the scenes. And then the resurrection happened. So if Shivaji could build a community of warriors with Swarajya as a vision, what is that vision that you want to create the community with? Ask yourselves. For me, that is clearly Viksit Bharat. मेरी बीवी बोलेगी ना तू कल घर नहीं बनाएगा तो मैं तुमको छोड़ दूंगी. I am fine with it. She's right here, hence I'm saying this. Okay, Viksit Bharat, we have an opportunity. Are you willing to embrace it as a vision, or form your own vision, whichever that resonates with you? Okay, rally yourself around that vision and become a king, and build your community around that. And ma'am mentioned about beyond the yoga classes. Okay. This is a very important aspect for each of us as yogapreneurs. See, I'm starting to address each of you as yogapreneurs, because the topic here is leadership and entrepreneurship. Before you walk out of this hall today, please remember, you are no more just a yoga teacher. You are a yogapreneur. Evolve yourself mentally in your identity level. Yeah, in yoga we say asmita, identity is not good, but to operate as a grihastha in the society, assume this identity, knowing that you are detached from this identity. Okay? When you're in your meditation, say, I'm none of these things. I'm the soul. I'm the universal law. That's fine. But to operate here, you need this. I had to wear this jacket to make myself stand out in front of you in this conference. And I paid for this. Did I? Or not? So assume your identity, elevate your identity first. From a yoga teacher to a yogapreneur, eventually become a yoga leader. Okay? And build your community beyond the mat. How to do that? Yoga is not a class-based system. Should I repeat? Yoga is not a class-based system. It has become a class-based system. Yoga is a habit system. What is yoga? Habit system. Who was the tall leader who propagated habits in the yoga spectrum? Give me a name. People remember Saurabh Bothra. People don't remember Patanjali. What is the sutra? Can anyone tell? Abhyasa? Abhyasa vairagyabhyam tannirodha. What is the next sutra about Abhyasa? Satu dirgha kala nairamtarya satkara asevito drudabhumihi. People remember Saurabh Bothra. People don't remember Patanjali. Patanjali is the original habit master. Why? Because Patanjali did not have Instagram, YouTube. Each of you remembers Saurabh Bothra so prominently. Do you want to become a Saurabh Bothra yourself? किसी को नहीं चाहिए. मैडम बोल रही नहीं बनना है. But मैडम आपको योगा क्वीन बनना है. ठीक है? So the beauty is yoga is not a class-based system. You deliver a yoga session online, offline, hybrid, that is good. Beyond that, your students are going and living their life for 23 hours in a day beyond the mat. That's where you have to influence them through the habits. Patanjali said, Dirgha Kala, Nairantarya. What is it? These are the two fundamental. People read, how many of you have read Atomic Habits? There is one more, Tiny Habits. When Western people come with these fancy names with beautiful cover pages, you buy and read it. Patanjali ka ek sutra mein sab kuch hai. Dirgha Kala Nairantarya. Use this one sutra and build your community. I'll tell you. Shall I give you my personal example? Now I'm a life coach. I coach people in the senior executive roles in the corporate world. I made 2.5 lakh rupees sales. Hear me out. I sold 2.5 lakh rupee life coaching one-on-one for few people within 2 weeks without putting a single advertisement. Ask me how. By building a community. I have been engaging with more than 300 corporate professionals over the last 3+ years without selling anything to them. I have been just serving without selling anything. And when I open the gates of sales, my trust is already established with them. My credibility is already established with them. I've already added so much value to them, so much so that they want to be in that community. Remember one thing, they don't buy yoga from you. Surprising? They don't buy yoga from you. They buy you first. So as Sushma ji said, build your brand, build your community. Your people will follow you on the mat. So your brand is built off the mat. The habits are built off the mat. The community is built off the mat. And the magic happens on the mat. Do you want to follow this? In fact, I have built an entire yogapreneur journey itself to help yoga teachers to walk this path. How to first get clarity in their life, actually, mujhe life mein chahiye kya? And how to elevate that to a larger vision of embracing a larger vision, elevating themselves as a king and a queen. And then this energy exudes in your community. People don't join just because you have a nice Instagram page or a WhatsApp link. They sense your vibe. They sense how much of sattva you are carrying. How much of rajas are you carrying? How much of tamas are you carrying? They can sense it. Then they join you. They buy you first. Then they buy your yoga offerings. Good? So that's the path. First, build your community. This became such a mission for us, for me and my wife, that I decided to drop off from my job. So I'm not in corporate anymore. My wife at one point was searching for jobs, desperate. I should get interviews. Recently, she said she got some interview offers. She refused them. I don't want to to, because we are committed. How do we elevate yoga teachers into yogapreneurs? Through the habits paradigm seeded by none other than Patanjali Maharshi. So we have put a stall outside. Did you see? What is it? What does it read? Go beyond the yoga mat. Habit circles, a habit engine community for yoga teachers like you. Okay, so when you step out, go and take a look, talk to my wife and son. For my son, this is like a nice exposure of entrepreneurship, I thought. So he's here. So understand how you can actually build a community through habits formation. Invite people for habit challenges. Let's do 100 Surya Namaskara as a challenge, 21-day challenge. Why should only Saurabh do it? Why can't each of you influence your own sphere of reach? Each of you will know at least 1,000 people in your life. Can't you start building community around them? Your family members, your friends, your colleagues, your alumni friends, college students, college teachers. Build your community. So what is the number one mantra to become a yogapreneur? Build your community. Build your Dharma is yoga philosophy. Repeat. Artha is building a business of yoga. Kingdom is my community. And I am the king or a queen. Okay? Are you ready to walk this journey? Take this sankalpa today. मुझे टाइम पास के लिए ताली मत बजाओ क्योंकि यहाँ पे आया हूँ. You have to tell.
I'm the legacy of Shivaji Maharaj. I will take it forward towards Viksit Bharat. I will take it forward towards Viksit Bharat. I will evolve myself. From a yoga teacher. To be a yogi king or a queen. I evolve myself. To a yogapreneur. Because I have a legacy to take forward. I have a civilizational responsibility. To spread yoga to every nook corner of the world. And I will do this. By building communities. Rooted in yoga as a lifestyle. Because yoga is not a class system. Yoga is a habit system. And I respect this from Patanjali. That is wonderful. So maybe our next asana is global expansion pose. Steady, balanced and bold. On that note, it's time to move from heritage to headquarters, right? All right. It's time for a short tea break and we resume the conference after that. Thank you.
Excuse me, everyone. Just taking a break. Yeah, just. Very nice. Audio, video.
हरी चिंतने अन्न सेवित जा वदनी कवळ घेता नाम घ्या श्री वदनी कवळ घेता नाम घ्या श्री हरीचे सहज हवन होते नाम घेता फुकाचे जीवन करी जीवित्वा अन्न हे पूर्ण ब्रह्म उदर भरण नोहे जाणी जे यज्ञ कर्म जनी भोजनी नाम वाचे वदावे अति आदरे गद्य घोषे म्हणावे हरी चिंतने अन्न सेवित जावे तरी श्री हरी पाविजे तो स्वभावे बोला पुंडलिक वरदे हरी विठ्ठल श्री ज्ञानदेव तुकाराम पंढरीनाथ महाराज की जय.
हॅलो हॅलो येतोय हॅलो माईक टेस्ट 1 2 3 माईक टेस्ट 1 2 3 हॅलो हॅलो माईक टेस्ट 1 2 3 माईक टेस्ट
May I request everyone to please take their seats so we can resume the next segment? Just as quick few takeaways from the first panel: brand building, outcome-based solution providers, and that we have the important responsibility of taking the yogic philosophy of our ancestors ahead. We now would like to move on to our second panel discussion of the day, which looks firmly into the future: how yoga is evolving through innovation, technology, and global collaboration. As yoga continues to expand globally, the questions before us are changing. How do we preserve authenticity while embracing technology? How can innovation support rather than dilute the yogic tradition? And how do collaboration and networking open global opportunities for yoga professionals today? The idea of smart yoga is not about replacing the human element. It is about enhancing reach, precision, accessibility, and impact. This panel will explore how technology and innovation can work in service of yoga, supporting teachers, institutions, healthcare systems, and seekers worldwide. The future of yoga will be shaped by those who can responsibly integrate tradition with innovation. Our panelists today are actively doing just that. Let me now introduce our panelists. I now invite Mr. Nitin Patkiji, IYA Secretary, Maharashtra, to felicitate the panel two speakers. Our first panelist is Dr. Aniruddha Joshi, founder and CEO of Atriya Innovations Private Limited. A computer engineer with a PhD in computer science from IIT Bombay, Dr. Joshi specializes in data analysis and machine learning and holds 3 patents with over 55 international research publications. His work is indigenous. Technology-driven healthcare solutions has earned him the National Startup Award in the Ayush category, recognition by the Ministry of Ayush, and even a mention in Mann Ki Baat by the Honorable Prime Minister. He represents how deep technology and traditional wisdom can come together to create scalable, impactful solutions in the wellness ecosystem. We'd like to play a short video.
Ever wondered how a simple pulse diagnosis procedure gives deep-rooted insights about your body? With a deep respect for Ayurvedic principles and a commitment to well-being, we present Nadi Tarangani, a patented modern marvel rooted in ancient wisdom, an advanced AI-based sensing technology that gives you access to vital Ayurvedic health parameters. Nadi Pariksha is an ancient Ayurvedic scientific technique to sense a patient's pulse to accurately diagnose a patient's health. A trained expert Ayurvedic doctor senses the pulse by placing their fingertips on the patient's wrist. The patterns of nadi, or the pulse that the doctor senses, give vital information on the patient's prakriti. Nadi Tarangani auscultates subtle changes in overall health parameters based on Vata, Pitta, and Kapha Tridosha diagnostics. With 85% accuracy, the Nadi Tarangani report is generated within 60 seconds and is based on 22 Ayurvedic parameters that envisage present and possible ailments, giving recommendations on diet and lifestyle changes. We are present in more than 12 different countries. We have successfully sold over 750 devices worldwide. Developed with cutting-edge technology, the Nadi Tarangani is a versatile device that has made significant contributions to Ayurveda hospitals, wellness centers, yoga studios, corporate offices, educational institutions, and research areas, transforming various aspects of our lives, making it a valuable tool in today's world. Its sleek and portable design and simple user interface with any Android or iOS phone or laptop make it convenient to store.
We have integrated the best of ancient wisdom of India, that is Ayurveda, with the futuristic technology. We have created this very indigenous value for which we received multiple awards, including the Startup Award, special mention from the Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, and so on.
Our next panelist is Dr. Neeraj Kumbhakarna, Associate Professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at IIT Bombay. With a PhD from Pennsylvania State University, his research focuses on rocket fuels and propulsion systems, working closely with organizations such as ISRO and DRDO, and he has authored over 50 international research publications. Beyond engineering and research, he plays a leadership role at IIT Bombay as Associate Dean for Infrastructure Planning and Support. Deeply rooted in yoga, he is the faculty member of Yogastha, IIT Bombay's yoga community, a long-term practitioner of Iyengar Yoga, and actively engaged in integrating traditional knowledge systems with modern scientific inquiry. And our third panelist is Dr. Ashwin Masurkar, a consultant general and laparoscopic surgeon with advanced training and fellowships in minimal access and endoscopic surgery. He is the innovator of the laparoscopic TARM technique for ventral hernia and has served in leadership roles within the Indian Association of Gastrointestinal Endosurgeons, as well as national guideline committees for minimal access surgery. Dr. Masurkar is also a certified yoga wellness instructor, uniquely integrating yoga with modern surgical practice and patient care. His work exemplifies how innovation in medicine and yoga can collaborate to enhance holistic health outcomes. May I now invite Dr. Vikas Chote, founder of Swasti and MD and PhD in Ayurvedic medicine, to moderate this important conversation.
Thank you very much, Palakji. And we have a lovely, energetic audience here. And even if it's Sunday afternoon, everybody is here having a smile. And I think after the break, everybody has smiles back again, energized for the session. Interestingly, the cutlets that you ate were millet-based. So that itself is so sustainable that you have contributed to climate action in a sattvic way. So, taking things further, first, I would like to share some light on the theme that we have chosen for today. Especially the panelists themselves were a bit surprised about the invitations. And everyone had the same question that they had the anxiety, do we need to talk or demonstrate anything about yoga? So, as we all know here, yoga, darshan shastra, but the foundation, we always we teach this in yoga, that yoga is complemented with another darshan shastra or something is the foundation of yoga. And that darshan is, the philosophy is Sankhya, right? So Kapil Muni, if today we understand who is Kapil Muni today, he's an engineer, he's a mathematician, okay? And that's exactly, we have the other darshan shastras. Swami Vivekananda ji once was being kind of looked down upon that you don't have a single book. And then he shared that we don't need a book, we have the whole library. And that's the reason that today it's the day for Manthan. To complement yoga, in the way we had Kanad, who was the atomic physicist, and also we have innumerable people who were the professionals and scientists of their era. So in the same way, today we have the modern day Acharya Shushruta, the surgeon as Dr. Mashurkar sir. In the same, we have the data scientist of Ayurveda, being popularly called Dr. Aniruddha Joshi ji, who could be our Kapil Muni, the mathematician, and the atomic scientist that we have is Dr. Neeraj Kumbhakaran sir. So with this background, I hope now it is clear why we have these panelists with us. Definitely they have been practicing and they have their own yoga journey, but today they are here to guide us or enlighten us to look towards yoga in a different perspective. And that perspective is the Darshan Shastra. So the first question is, yes, I had written some kind of, yoga has come a long way from the Gurukuls to the fancy Times Square, this and that, blah, blah. But now I will go to the main important thing, that if today we yoga professionals need to leapfrog, and as we had been discussing in the previous session, that from 4 trillion economy, which is right now, if you want to become a Viksit Bharat of 35 trillion economy, we just don't want to sit there when we are in the Viksit Bharat 2047 and clap for others who have done it. Like we couldn't do anything for our independence because we were not born. But yes, we can do something to become a part of this Viksit Bharat. And if we have this kind of an ideology that, oh, we don't charge anything, then how are we going to contribute for this 35 trillion economy? And if the world is creating money and abundance, then definitely Lakshmi ji should not be disrespected. That's what we've been taught in our culture. She has to be given the due respect. And as Manjunath ji has rightly said, that Artha is also an important part of Chaturvid Purusharthas. So without making Artha as a taboo, let's try to see it in a real dimension. So the first question would be, to create Artha, you need to think out of the box, and that is innovation. And all of these legendary people are innovators in their own respective field. So my first question is, what is innovation for each of you? And please share more light on your life journey and innovation. So first, we will start with Dr. Ashwin sir.
Hello. Yeah. Innovation, with respect to me, I'm a surgeon, and you can connect the dots backwards sometimes, you don't connect forward. So I realized all of this, the impact of yoga is still very, very important in a surgical life. If you just going to the 8 limbs of yoga, and you say yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, samadhi. So I innovated a new technique for ventral hernia repair, which was, we were using in India a coated mesh, which was coated with a very expensive material imported from America, costing an astronomical sum. And people were just peddling this. We had a lot of surgeons who were marketing it, and it was called internationally as the gold standard technique. And for me, I was in a rural area and my farmer patients could not afford it. So we were doing an open operation for the same problem of hernia. Hernia is basically a hole in the defect in the abdominal wall cavity through which the intestines would flow out, come out, and cause a lot of problem. And most of them, it is associated with lifting weight and chronic manual labor. So all of them are people who are chronic manual laborers. So what do I do in such a way that this technique can be innovated, and the patients wanted a way by without cutting them, they should be okay. And they were seeing this on TV, that there were people doing this expensive technique in Bangalore and Bombay, and it used to be beamed down, but there was no technique with us at a rural level to help them get laparoscopy, means small holes, keyhole surgery, and do the same thing. So there had to be something which had to be done, which was applicable, which was absolutely on strong surgical principles without disrupting anything. So I realized these people were coating a special collagen material to prevent sticking of the intestine to the mesh. We put a mesh like a patch over the hernia. So I realized that the body itself had a layer behind the muscles of the abdominal wall called posterior rectus sheath and peritoneum. So they were coating a polypropylene mesh. So I said, let me put that mesh behind the muscle and coat it with what the body already has. So I just use what we already have in the body. And when I went back, I realized that Pratyakshanumana Gama Pramanani. So in my yoga, I said that I cannot just sit with this knowledge. It has to be validated. So encouraged by my professors. When I got into yoga, it was because I was being laughed at by everybody that why are you doing all this exotic circus to achieve this goal when there's a gold standard where you can put mesh. And so I said gold standard is not affordable, and it's not necessarily that all that glitters is gold, and we have to do something which is locally applicable but goes along the principles. So then it was a pratyahar for me to think, what could I do? And then there was dharana, dhyana, and then over time you go into samadhi where just your dedication to your work, these ideas come out, and the universal consciousness sends you these ideas. Where I said whatever was done in open, I could convert it to laparoscopy. And then I thought that I should do this. So people are having difficulty. So I devised a technique which could now put the mesh behind the muscle and could do the same result. And now it is looked at even better because they were using an artificial material to cover the mesh, which is not only expensive, it is dangerous. It's full of class action lawsuits in America right now, whereas this is the safer technique. And then the time came, although I was on this for 15 years, finally the time came, everybody wanted a technique which could do this, the same thing what I was thinking of. And suddenly the right time came and I could convert it through publication and give it to the world where I could be peer reviewed. So in yoga, we need the peer review of each of the things we do, like it was being talked about. We have to package it and bring that innovative and just not call it jugaad. Jugaad is a very wrong word and it's interchanged with innovation by even many business leaders. If you see what is jugaad, jugaad is a scrap vehicle built in rural UP and Bihar, which is not certified. It accounts for the largest number of accidents in that area. So innovation is separate. It's not jugaad. Right? So that's the message, that what you do should be globally applicable. You may think locally, but it should be applicable globally. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'll come to the innovation part later. Let me tell you my journey and how I reached to my innovation, and in general, according to me, what is an innovation. During my engineering days, I'm from Mumbai. My father was not well and he took this Ayurveda-based treatment. We were, of course, doing at various hospitals and so on, and he took this Ayurvedic Nadi-based treatment from Vaidyaraj Ashok Bhatt from Pune, a very renowned Nadi Tagya. And as engineers, we got curious how just the feeling of pulse, how this Nadi Pariksha could find out the whole root cause, and he was able to solve, and so on. My father himself is a great scientist of India, and he's a chemical engineer. He thought there is some fluid dynamics happening here, and so he asked me to work on it. As part of my PhD at IIT Bombay, I worked on several sensors, and eventually came up with this pressure sensor, because this is pressure energy, which is, talking about a lot of things throughout your, what is happening throughout your body and so on. That Eureka moment was also very nice. Every time I develop a new sensor, I'll take a printout and come back to Pune, where Ashok Bhattji was there. He will see the results, the waveform, and he will either approve it or disapprove it. But this particular moment, when he saw the waveform, when he saw the printout, he said, this is it. This is the right pulse. This is a female pulse. Age 25-30, she's having chest pain. The chest pain is because of gases. Ask her to do so and so. Just by looking at the pulse, he was able to, tell so many things, right? So the sensor was right. The whole journey next was about how we really extract what he was thinking and what he could see on the paper. Very next month, I was in a conference, and Guruji Nagendraji was also in that conference. He saw the work, and I was about to finish my PhD, and he mentioned not to, accept any job, but continue the work, solve this problem, and so on. Very happy that we are still continuing research work together at SVSA. I have been involved in, as a mentor to 2 PhD students, 5 MTech students, and so on. We have published a lot of papers together. One of the papers in which Nagendraji is also a co-author got accepted in top-notch journal, based on which we are doing a large clinical validation across India for 10,000 people. I'm raising about $1 million for that, and so on. So the journey which started as an experience has reached to a conclusion where this particular experience, which was more like a, magic, it was thought as a magic, has a deep root science inside, and which we need to prove in today's language of science, which is a language of numbers, reports, comparison, evidence, papers, publications, patents, and so on. So that is how the whole journey has been. Our innovation with respect to the product which I am talking about is called Nadi Tarangidi, which is converting the art of Nadi Pariksha, which is more subjective, which comes from Guru Shishya Parampara, into more objective, measurable, quantifiable kind of pulse signal, based on which we understand what that pulse is. We give a report card, and now a good conversation can happen between doctor and patient, so that it is not considered as an alternative science, but we see that in next 10 years, maybe Ayurveda and allopathy can coexist together as a completely integrative health, talk to each other in simple language, common language, and so on. So that's what we are building. For me, an innovation is something, the word itself means new, but new is not, it's not like the way we have discovered a new language of Nadi Pariksha and all, but we have seen Shark Tank together, right? So people either talk about making it simpler, making it cheaper, making it better, making it more sensible for people. In the previous conversation, we heard from Manjunath, creating a community brand, how we can convince. So I think innovation lies anywhere where you can give additional something to people. For me, innovation is just that, right from ranging from making it simple to actually creating something new which was never before. So rediscovering, we could say that.
Namaste. So before I get into the subject matter, I'll just, I would like to, I'm really overwhelmed. I really feel proud here. So one thing is, I feel like an outsider also here, because I can claim no credentials in yoga. There are people who have done multiple certifications, MSc, PhD. I cannot claim any credentials in yoga. All I can claim to be is having been a student, a sadhaka for a large part of my life. But I feel proud. Why? Because I teach at IIT Bombay. 2 of our alumni, one Dr. Anirudh, another Dr. Sachi, were panelists here, previous panel. So it's really good to see that our students, our alumni are doing very well. It's a professional, this is why you come into this profession, to see that who you teach, your students, your alumni are doing well. So, there are 2 parts. One was to talk about the personal journey, and the other was innovation. So, personal journey with respect to yoga, I'll tell you 1 or 2 very interesting stories. I'll not take much time, but what had happened was, I was in 10th standard, the exam had just got over, and the 10th standard vacation is because 10th standard means and at that time, I think it is diluted these days, but at that time, that SSC board exam was like the thing. You have to really work hard, everyone will know you should not be playing, you should not be doing this, you should not be doing that, just study all the time. And when that exam gets over, it's a sudden load taken off you. Then I wanted to play. I wanted to do what my other friends were doing. It was summer vacation, nothing to worry about, great feeling at that age. But my mother said, no, you cannot because I used to get up early to study when I was in SSC, and then I felt like sleeping after the exam was over. But my mother by nature is a very strict disciplinarian. She was, and especially when we were children, she used to get things done by whatever means, scolding, beating, whatever. You have to do what I say. So she said that you need to get up early and do yoga. So, that time I didn't know what yoga was, very little knowledge, but he said, no, this is something that will help you all your life, you need to do it. So I argued back saying that no, my friends are all sleeping late, they are playing, they are getting to do whatever they want. I was not getting to do whatever I want because I was busy studying for the SSC exams. And now, so she said, no, you have to do it. But then I said, I have a lot of other things to do. Now let me enjoy my vacation. I have my friends, then I need to whatever, read books, I need to watch TV. So she said, yeah, you have a lot of things to do, but you still need to do yoga. Then I said, but let me first get those things done. Whenever I find time later in life, I'll do it. So she told me a story. She said that there was a person crossing a desert with a horse. The horse and the person were very thirsty, and they came across what is called as a water wheel. In Marathi, it is called as a rahat. So when you use the water wheel to draw water from a water reservoir, it makes a noise, cut, 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 cut. So the person drank the water, and then he went to the person operating the water wheel and said that my horse is afraid to come to close to that because it makes a sound. It makes that cut, cut sound. So you please stop that sound and give me water. So he said, well, that's not possible. That story was in Hindi. It was like, अगर खटखट बंद हुआ तो पानी भी बंद हो जाएगा. पानी चालू खटखट में ही पीना पड़ेगा. So that's what my mother said. So you say you have all these things to do, but you have to do it now in all these things. So that is how, and I did not have a counter argument there. So I had to start practicing yoga. And then, I think after practicing for a few days, I started liking it, and then it continued. And then I met some great teachers, some great yoga teachers. I also practice under the guidance of a very good teacher right now. So it has been a fantastic journey. I'll come to how it helped me in life later. Second story. So my mother in the 10th standard vacation also said, okay, now you have started practicing yoga. That's great. But do you know the theory behind it? Do you know the philosophy behind it? I said, well, I'm practicing it. Is that not enough? So she said, no, that's not enough. There was a senior citizens center close to my house. So there, one teacher, one person who was later became like a guru for me, he used to come and teach Bhagavad Gita there in the senior. So my mother said, okay, you need to come there now and learn Bhagavad Gita. So then I said, well, see, these are the things which people do after they retire. Reading religious texts and all, I mean, come on. So she said, no, but you need to come. And so I said, well, this is not for me. I'm not doing it. So she kept quiet at that time. She is a strict disciplinarian, but she also knows how to argue, how to make her point. So she's, after a few days, we bought a new television set which had this 3D surround sound system. I was not able to operate it. So I was not able to figure out how to switch the system on. I started reading the manual. I spent a lot of time reading the manual. My mother said, okay, switch it on and just switch it on. Let's watch the TV. Why are you spending time reading that manual? I said, we have spent so much money buying this TV. It has a 3D surround sound system which no other TV has. We should be able to use it properly. So that's why I'm reading the manual. So then she said that, okay, you spend a lot of time reading this manual for this TV so that you can use the TV properly. Now you have your whole life ahead of you. There is a manual for that. And you say you don't want to read that manual. So, and then she said that manual tells you how to live your life. And you want to read it after your retirement, close to the end of your life. How does that make sense? So this is how the yoga journey started for me, and it has been a fantastic journey. Coming to the innovation part. Now, my co-panelists, one is a surgeon, the other is an engineer but is working in something related to Ayurveda, which is closely related to yoga, health, well-being. My innovation, so to speak, is not related to any of that. So I work in rocket propulsion, rocket fuels, rocket propulsion, primarily defense and space applications. So it's all about explosions. So, yeah, so the kind of innovations that we do is primarily 2 or 3 things. Primarily what we do is, so I head the, what is called as the Energetic Materials Research Lab at IIT Bombay. We are working on developing new rocket fuels. So rockets are devices that, there's a fuel that burns, it creates thrust and it propels the rocket forward. So rockets are used to launch space vehicles. They are also used to launch explosive warheads on missiles. So missiles and rockets, space rockets, both have fuels in them. So the currently used fuels, there are so many problems there. You need more efficiency, higher range, better control. The fuels have certain properties. We'll not get into the technical details, but we are working on developing new fuels. So 2 to 3 innovations that we did was, one was when we develop a new fuel, it needs to be tested. So when you test it, it is very important for you to know when you burn it and the flame, it generates a flame, how much soot is generated in that flame. What is the temperature of that flame? Because if the temperature of the flame is beyond a certain range, then the rocket has to be designed with a certain material that can withstand that temperature. But you cannot measure the temperature by touching the flame. You cannot put a thermometer in there and measure it because that disturbs the combustion zone. Then you won't get a realistic reading of temperature. So you have to measure the temperature by standing by some device that will do. We do have devices that can measure. We have infrared cameras, we have thermal cameras. These are expensive devices and there are a lot of technical limitations to it. You need to know a lot of things about the flame to be able to measure it using those devices. So one of my PhD students, we developed a method to measure temperatures of those flames to test the fuels by using a consumer grade digital camera. Your mobile camera or your digital camera. Take a picture or a video of that flame and then the software and the algorithm we have developed will give you the temperature profile of that flame. So that you can actually analyze how that fuel is performing. So that is one of the innovations that it's in the process of getting patented. Then coming to development of new fuels. So we have worked over the last, I think started this in 2017. So now it is we are in 2026 now, so more than 8 years. We developed 2 new rocket fuels, which will now, they are in the process of getting scaled up and getting tested. And they'll be subsequently, if they do well, will be used in missiles, which the DRDO then will be taking them up. And so developing these 2 fuels was not an easy job. When you do innovation in technology, we narrowed down into these 2 chemicals by looking at thousands of different chemicals. So that involves doing a lot of, you have to imagine a new molecule. You can't on the face of it say that, so which molecule will do well? You have to test hundreds, thousands of different molecules. How will you do that? Making one molecule in a lab costs thousands, maybe lakhs of rupees. So you cannot make them physically in the lab. So then we did what are called as quantum mechanics based computational chemistry calculations. So several of my students, 4 or 5 of my students were engaged in this work. We hit several roadblocks, frustration all the time. And then you narrow down, then you actually go to the chemistry lab, develop those chemicals, then you scale them up, do the testing. So a lot of testing has been done and now we are scaling them up. Coming to how you link this to yoga. So see, in yoga we practice asanas. Any scientific technological innovation will require you to sit in one place for a long period of time, right? You can't do this unless you have practiced asanas. When you do technology innovations, you are going to hit several roadblocks. There are some critical decisions, make or break decisions that you need to take. Sometimes you take a wrong decision, you get backtracked by several hours, several days. So when the time comes to make these critical decisions, you need to be calm and composed. So that is where your nervous system and your respiratory system is closely linked. So the practice of pranayam will help you maintain a calm demeanor at that time. And then there will be times where the odds will be very overwhelming. So DRDO, the government of India, was funding this project. Several times when they saw that there is no progress, they threatened that we'll stop funding. So that will then is a big setback. It's a personal setback for my career. My students are doing PhDs on those subjects. How will their PhD complete if the funding stops? So at those times, it's a very stressful situation. So the practice of dhyana will help you soldier through it. Okay, you are facing a great oddities, you are facing very adverse situation. So how do you keep going at that time? So that's how these yoga practices have helped me in innovation. The innovation is not directly linked to yoga per se, but still, I mean, the practice, this has been, if you talk about innovation in yoga, this is how it has been.
Just one.
One small tip to Dr. Kumbhakarna. In our body also there are fuels. There is one rocket fuel called Udan. So how do you propel that Udan? If you can connect and work on that clear.
Actually, let's go a little one step behind birth of innovation, but just continuing to what Dr. Neeraj said, is that before innovation, you have terrible antarya. You have dukkha daurmanasya angama jayatva swasha praswas. That is the birth. When you are squirming, there's a problem and I want a solution. And that's the first birth, that when you are squeezed, then from that comes an innovation.
So thank you, sir. You have taken my next question. The next question is highlighting all about your dukkha in your journey of innovation, the make or break moments. Adequate, yeah. I think people are so excited to wait.
How much time do you have?
Yeah. we can book an hour extra.
You are asking dukkha of an entrepreneur. So.
Maybe as madam said, the Durandar's trailer was there. So you can give us a trailer of your dukkha.
Actually, the whole yoga journey started from dukkha for me, and I'll share personally, even madam has shared directly, that it was I was told that it had to be published, it had to be peer reviewed. It was published already, peer reviewed. The American Society had published my lecture on their official YouTube channel, but no one was adopting it, accepting it in India. And that brought me a lot of dukkha and daurmanasya. It was frustrating that it's published in one of the topmost journals in the world. So I was absolutely almost on the point of a burnout, So I got into yoga and I thought two doctors, Shweta madam and Vikas sir, would teach me better than anyone else. So I came here. And I was on this, I got to leave all this. I'm just fed up of everything. And just on the second day of our yoga class, sir took me to, showed me the Bhakti Shakti in Pune, which is such a powerful thing. And he drove a lesson into me that Shivaji Maharaj came to Tukaram ji with all the dukkha, saying that he wants to leave his Rajya, Samarajya and start doing, get into philosophy and become a sannyasi. And he told him, Tukaramji Maharaj told him that your job and your karma is that of a Rajya, what you just said, and your job is at your Rajya and not in this. And so suddenly it dawned upon me, and it was that aha moment that I have to take a break, come back, before I take a big leap forward, take a few steps back, and then take that huge jump forward. And then so many things began to get explained. This surgery takes many, many hours. So the concept of Sthiram Sukham Asanam meant ergonomics. I had to arrange the patient as well as myself in a way that even the Shailya Chikitsasan, which I used to call it, we stand in odd positions to operate. Yeah, so that could be achieved without causing much pain. And I had to do no harm to the patient. The patient had to come through with this well. And then I realized that I would be operating for several hours together and we just focused on my work. And then I realized that is the meaning of Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi. Trayam ekatra samyamaha, because Tadevarthamatra nirbhasam swarupa shunya iva samadhi. I have forgotten myself. Only my goal of curing this patient is shining forth. And that is samadhi. So so many realizations came from this yogic journey, and after that healing came, and then I began to see a purpose in life and a purpose of the innovation. So this is my personal take on this.
I will actually give you maybe 5-6 dukkha stories, which got me here on this chair basically. First, of course, I told you about my father. He was not well, and of course, that's how the journey started. When I finished my PhD at IIT Bombay, it was on Nadi Pariksha, it was on Ayurveda. And as Technology Institute, the first unofficial review came back because Ayurveda is not considered as science. You have worked on a non-scientific work, so we may not accept your work. You may have to redo your PhD. And, but thankfully, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, who runs CDAC here, he got to know about it. He intervened in some other way. And after 2 years, I got my PhD. So, the first dukkha was, how can Ayurveda be not a science? I was working with various Vaidyas. I was looking how they are actually treating the people, and people are getting better through the treatments. And how can our science, my Indian science, cannot be called as science, even in India. So, I told you about Nagendriji as well, that, people like him motivated that we have to prove this as a science so that people get benefited. It's not that just that we have to prove it as a science, but it eventually has to reach out to people outside of India as well so that they get the benefit. We heard one of the panelists talked about non-communicable disorders, how they are, in almost 70% plus people are suffering through them, and Ayurveda Yoga has a solution. The second one, when, finished my postdoc, I was getting a scientist post. Interviews were going on at NCL, National Chemical Lab, here in Pune. And again, the work in one of the gatherings was seen by Anand Deshpande, who runs Persistent Systems. And, he questioned me, do I really want to solve this problem, And I said, yes. Then the way he was asking questions. And he said, this cannot be solved only in a lab. Okay, you have to actually come out of your lab, form your company, and run this as a full-fledged life mission so that this actually gets solved. And the dukkha was I was getting a good position, and my dad is a scientist. Both of my brothers, they are also PhDs. They are also scientists. So coming out from a typical academic background family to start something on our own was a big challenge, was a big no-no at home. So we had almost 6 months where it was one against many people at home, typical middle-class family that, someone wants to get out of a nicely paying job, a government job, and, start the company and so on. So that was a big, thankfully, I was a very high pitta person, very gram, and that's why my dad was saying you will not be able to handle, company is not about the product or this, it's about people handling, which I eventually understood, that how you handle your people, how you handle your ego, how you handle your customers and so on. But at that time he challenged, you cannot do it. That made me think I have to do it. Okay, how can you say I cannot do it? So so that was second. The third one was when I got a couple of awards and this, I was invited to Geneva to show at a WHO conference my product to few people. And I was in, cloud 7 that I have made it and so on. And when I actually went there, all the ambassadors were on the queue to get their nadi tested and so on. The conference was delayed only because all the ambassadors were there. But the negative point was, later I was told that this will never succeed. You Indians are not good at products. तुम लोग सिर्फ service companies में काम कर सकते हैं. That was a big jerk. So I came back in big anger. As an entrepreneur, 2 things you should never do. 1, you should not love your product, and you cannot be angry. I came back loving my product, and I was super angry that how can these people say that Indians cannot build? And then I searched, and it is actually true. We Indians, we haven't created even a single unique technology product which we ever have exported. I may have missed, but the Geneva people were not wrong. So that moment, it was my super mission that I have to create something, and nothing can be better than, you know, something which is based on my science, which is Ayurveda, which is Nadi Pariksha. Of course, we are working beyond Nadi Pariksha now, but something which is deeply rooted in Ayurveda, our own science, and so on. So that was big dukkha. I still carry. I want to make sure that I will create something which will change the mindset of people, that Bharatiya people can also create a technology product completely owned by us. I made sure 3 things after coming back. One, now our patent is granted in US, Europe, India, Indonesia, multiple countries, so that this becomes our IP. Second, because Ayurveda is not considered as science, the clinical validation was not happening correctly. And it has to be validated. It has to be validated across India, across the globe, and so on. So we got our medical device certification done. So, you know, it is now CDST approved Class B medical device. For the first time, Ayurveda has a device which is called as a medical device, so that clinical validations can happen. And this all came from dukkha. So how you convert dukkha into opportunity eventually. And very happy that using the same now, the validations are happening at various colleges, various hospitals. We will eventually, in a year's time, I have given a deadline to my people. In a year's time, we'll make sure that we are non-invasively monitoring diabetes. Right now, we have to prick, we have to do blood test. Every time, either we have to go to a pathology lab, or there are patches and so on. But these are all invasive. Something is going inside you. So we are creating something which is completely non-invasive, completely fast, and based on our science, so that we do non-invasive diabetes monitor. And then we will continue our journey with all other non-communicable disorders. Our goal is in next 5 to 10 years, this Nadi Pariksha, this 1 rupee test should be able to give a lot of, you know, different test results, for which I have to go to MRI machine, ECG machine, BP machine, blood test, and so on, which all can be done through one test, one Ayurveda test, which is completely non-invasive, with home care, with self-care, and so on. I'll stop with respect to dukkha. There are so many more, right from how I lost all my money, all my team during COVID. I was in Rotterdam working for Unilever on Ayurveda to beat my own Ramdev Baba, and so on. So there are so many stories, but I think the kind of people I met, and now I'm more driven, and we'll make sure that in next 5 to 7 years, we'll create this technology completely exportable based on Ayurveda. I assure you. Thank you.
I come from an IT company, and what I have seen, and Shamsi, you will able to relate with that. We are talking about the product, right? Maybe in this field, we are still a little bit behind, and Western does well. But I must say, in IT, what I have seen, we started with BPO first, then IT services. Yes. And today you see with our Global Capability Center, yes, right? So India is a hub for building a product, world-class product. Absolutely. And that's what more than 700 GCC you see in that India is flourishing so well, right? So I totally relate with you, and I'm sure it's a journey and you will make it. Yeah? Thank you.
Yes, so again, since my co-panelists work with something that that goes on inside the body, and hence it's closely related to yoga. My area of work is completely different. I may not have such great stories to tell. But since Dr. Tothe was talking about dukkha, I'll put a different spin to it. So from the yogic perspective, if you say dukkha, it's from a purely yogic perspective, dukkha is nothing bad actually. It it is a result of some of your past karma, your bad past karma. So if it is coming to you, it's only going to help you. I will kind of justify this with my personal experiences. Again, the world of academic research, the academics is a dull world. Okay, you don't have such fancy, interesting stories to tell. But when I was a PhD student at Pennsylvania State University, so my professor, Professor Stephen Steinel, is one of the top people in this area of energetic materials, with propellants, rocket fuels, explosives. He is one of the top people in the world. So my PhD took about 7 years to complete, which is way more than the average time that a person takes to complete PhD. Okay, yeah, maybe he beats me there. So in the US, the average time is about 4.5 years. So I started working on some propellant compositions, and I met with some success. 2 years down the line, my professor said, no, this you should not do this, you should do some spectroscopy experiments. But then I said, if you change it now completely, I have to start again from scratch. I have gained some knowledge, some expertise in this year. He said, no, you have to listen to me. Just don't argue with me. Well, in the US, you are actually really, if a foreign student in US, you are really, your hands are really tied down. You can't do much. You have to listen to what the professor says. So I said, fine. And then I started working with spectroscopy experiments. And then 2 years down the line, he said, no, you should switch to quantum mechanics, computational chemistry. I said, no, are you kidding me? I'm a mechanical engineer. Quantum chemistry, I know nothing about it. How can I? He said, no, then you go to chemistry department, take some courses, learn, and you do that. So this is, at that age, at that point of life where students who had joined with me had started graduating, and this was a great dukkha for me. So then, but I had no other way but to carry on. Like I said, the training in yoga and the thinking that I had developed by that time kind of helped me. Okay, fine. And then after 7 years, when I graduated and I came back to India, I wanted, the whole reason for going through all this was that I wanted to become a professor. So when I applied to various IITs, so if you come to India, you are an engineering, you have an engineering PhD, which is the best place to work. It's IIT. So I applied to all the IITs, and they saw that, okay, I had knowledge of propellants, I had knowledge of spectroscopy, I had knowledge of computational chemistry. All IITs were ready to give me an offer. So the dukkha that you go through always has something good to give you. So that is, and just to put a humorous twist to it, I currently am the Associate Dean for Infrastructure Planning in IIT Bombay. Okay. Infrastructure planning, and particularly my particular responsibility, there is allotment of residential housing to faculty, right? So this is, this is just, this is a big dukkha. What happens now is, the residential housing, when you allot them to people, there are some rules, it's allotted based on seniority and all. And that's where the interaction with people, administration work comes in. And I am not married. Okay. I am not married, but when it comes to residential housing allotment, a lot of my faculty colleagues, professors, the staff, accounting staff, audits, all staff who lives on campus, I not only have to listen to their complaints, but all their wives' complaints. Okay. So, now again the yogic thinking, what it tells me is, yoga is, when in the earlier panel discussion, we learned about something called as yoga off the mat, yoga beyond the mat. So yoga, no need to press on this audience. This audience is well aware that it's not just what you practice on the mat is not yoga, it's much more than that. So jnanam is an important constituent of yoga, right? So, and the Bhagavad Gita lists some characteristics of jnanam. What is jnanam? So one of those things is janma mrityu jara vyadhi dukkha doshanu darshanam. So When you are getting some dukkha, it is a dosha. It's coming from somewhere from your past karma. So what my thinking now is, since I'm facing this dukkha of having to deal with wives of many people, it is coming from some of my past karma. And that is getting washed off. Okay. So if I just fight through this responsibility, I think a lot of my dukkha will be washed off. Bad karma will be washed off. Yeah.
Please get married, sir.
Okay. And yeah, so I mean, there is a lot of innovative thinking involved here. It's a lot of,
Moving further, I would just share a small story. There are so many legendary people, but I will just dare to. So this story is about a journey, a ship journey of one of our India's greatest industrialists, Jamshedji Tata. So he was traveling, it's 1893, from Japan to America. And in his journey, he met a monk, a yogi. And the discussion was, Jamshedji Tata wanted to have a steel factory in a British India, colonial India. And every time to test the samples, where to set up the steel plant, he had to sell the samples to Germany. And that's what he was discussing. It's very difficult and all. So the yogi shared that, why don't you set up a state-of-the-art infrastructure and research lab in India? So then he said, no, we don't have the talent, we don't have the infrastructure, like the same problems we still have, I guess, when we in the discussion. But then that session was so powerful that when Jamshedji Tata came to India, he tried to manifest this idea. And the universe conspired, the Mysore king gave the land, and then I think today we know that place. It's the Tata Institute later became the Indian Institute of Sciences, Bangalore. And interestingly, the professors who taught at Indian Institute of Sciences, Bangalore, the Nobel laureate C.V. Ramanji, Homi Jahangir Baba, to all the laureates. The reason I'm giving you this is because Dr. Neeraj sir is the student of Indian Institute of Sciences. And so, yes, in a very fun and interesting way, he has shared things. But he has worked in DRDO, in ISRO, and when we were having this conversation, he said India has come a long way. I mean, he was talking about our president. So I would like him to share these ideas. And another thing is, like, Indian Institute of Sciences, IIT Bombay is 129, near the top 100 universities. So someday we dream that maybe we aspire to have a yoga university in the top 100. So we would like to have the guidance.
Yes, so he talked about Dr. Abdul Kalam. So what has happened, we have come a long way, of course, but we also need to keep this at the back of our mind that we are still actually very far from where we need to be. Our immediate neighbor, China, is so far ahead of us in almost all fields, defense, space, technology, innovation, everything. So there are a lot of changes that we need to make. There's a long way we need to go. Why Dr. Abdul Kalam is so special, particularly for me, is because I work in rockets and rocket propulsion. That was his area of work. He was deeply influenced by the philosophy of yoga and the Bhagavad Gita. Sometime back, like in the early 80s, when he was in DRDO, he had put forward this thought that India needs to make its own missiles. Now, missiles are, yes, they are something that cause destruction, but nonetheless, it's required. It's like the whole Bhagavad Gita. It's the whole purpose of narrating the text was to ask Arjun to go for Yuddha. So, whatever that may be, it's required. at that time, he was laughed at. He said, a missile is a very complicated engineering system. So it has avionics, aerodynamics, sensors, electronics, explosive warhead, propulsion system. There's a lot of metallurgy involved. It's a very complicated system. And he was replied saying that everyone in the government, his colleagues, everyone said that that's not possible. India just cannot make. But he persisted, convinced people, convinced the government. That program lasted through several governments. Now we have Agni, Prithvi, Nag, Akash, Trishul, Akash, Tril, Shaurya, the BrahMos, so many of these missiles, large part of them we have managed to make them ourselves. And that is why we can stand where we are now. You know, if you talk about Operation Sindoor and this stuff, that was possible because we had our own missiles. And defense technology is something that no one shares with you. No one shares with you. Even if they share, they will share it at an exorbitant price. So when we sell BrahMos to Philippines. Our BrahMos has a range of 500 kilometers. The one we sell to Philippines has a range of 300 kilometers. That is what we have to, that's how it works. So, so that's why when he brought up Dr. Abdul Kalam, he is another example where of the yogic thinking, the yoga philosophy, developing a personality and enabling such fantastic things.
Now a question to the audience. The story that was left had a yogi, Swami Vivekananda. So definitely I feel today's conference would be time which is cyclical, and if some, even if few students get inspired with the panel, definitely it would be a great contribution to India. So thank you very much. Going to our next speaker, we have Dr. Aniruddha ji. So I would like to ask him, in yoga we practice Vajrasana, right? So the reason it is inspired from Vajra, it's a weapon. Again, weapons are all about with Dr. Neeraj sir, but that Vajra is coming from a sage who has sacrificed his life. The moment Indra and Vishnu went, the sage gave himself, to Vishnu to make the Vajra. And that's why we call it Vajrasana. It makes your spine strong like Vajra. So here, the question to Dr. Aniruddha sir is, he has just raised a round of startup. So sacrifices are required in the life of entrepreneur, and someone has to make it. Indra won the war because Dadichi made the sacrifice. So we cannot achieve those great global battles if we don't have the fundraising and the people who invest in your ideas and believe in you. So we would like to know the journey of the fundraising, the startup, and as entrepreneurs, how we can find our Dadichi who can invest in us.
Hello. Very interestingly put, this question. I mean, I have been to many engineering colleges to answer this question, so I know the answer. But next time someone asks me a question, I will start with this example. We have already, from the previous panel, from Anjuna, Sushma ma'am, and so on, we heard which ideas can be integrated into your own yoga practice to be a yogapreneur. And I said right, okay, yogapreneur, right? So whether it is with respect to only yoga or aligning it with all other possible pathies, whether it is psychology and so on, so create your own solution, whether you sell only to your community, building your small community or beyond community, online, offline, whether you create your own studio or range of studios and so on. So the question is more about if you need money to build this, whether it's a small studio up to chain of studios, or a big community, we know that social media marketing, requires a lot of money for marketing, customer acquisition, and so on. So you need money. Either a company can be completely bootstrapped, completely business oriented, in which you put up your own money, family's money, friends' money, which you can always give back, and then keep earning and make it more like a business, so that profit is the main aim and you sustain big time. Or the second version is more towards, this investments from either angels or VC firms and so on. How many of you have already seen Shark Tank, many pitches and so on? So all right, so most of you have seen, so you know how to pitch, what do investors say, अच्छा लगा तो सब कुछ अच्छा लगता है, बुरा लगा तो कुछ भी नहीं अच्छा लगता है, and so on, right? So it's a very different journey to be on, in which suppose I have 100% shares of my company right now. As I get more and more money into my company, I give away my shares of my company, right? This the basically is the fund. And once it goes beyond 50%, you are not the real controller of the company or who can make the decision. So it's a trade-off between whether you really need money or you want to control your company, okay? So I have chosen this path of investments, getting the best people on panel and so on, because one, I want to grow fast. Second, it's a very different field which we are creating a different field, okay? We have to create a market. I'm not creating yet another soap or shampoo which people already know and now it's a better shampoo, or I'm creating a completely new concept. The Ayurvedic doctors 7-8 years ago didn't want this because they have been doing this for last 5,000 years in certain way, and now I'm asking them to do something else. The board of IMA doesn't want this because Ayurveda may get standardized and then it could be a problem for IMA themselves and so on. So it's a problem for my clients as well as my competitors as well as people who are across. So it was very, very difficult for me to go in a more business way. So investments was very essential for me. The second reason, when I came back from Geneva, I wanted to grow my company beyond my imagination. So I need people who can think even bigger, biggest, largest than me. For example, last round we raised, I got money from the CEOs who have built themselves 500 crore, 2,000 crore, 5,000 crore companies. One of the names is Avnish Anand. I see many ladies sitting here. The Carrot Lane company, which most of you may know, the CEO of that basically invested in my company, and many more big people have invested. And their guidance, their thought process is so different. It is beyond, when I say that I love my product, so I cannot think beyond my product. So Manjunath mentioned about Aniket Kodi, right? So when my company was lost, when my people were lost, I was also working with Aniket Kodi on a completely different product of HR analytics. How Ayurveda and Nadi Pariksha can help getting better people as part of HR, how to build teams, how to make their performance better, how to increase their productivity, and in general, how to increase the revenue of a company. So we were building that product. Eventually, things did not happen the way we wanted to, but it was a great journey. And that time, I decided I'll go this path. So in last 3 years, I raised 40 lakhs in first year, 1.5 crore second year. Last year we raised about 5.5 crore. This year we are raising about 15 to 20 CR. Next year we are definitely raising 150 to 200 CR. And eventually we already have a plan ready how my company will be a 5,000 to 7,000 crore company in next 6 years and so on. At least the plan is there on the Excel sheet, on paper, and we are making sure that we achieve those targets, numbers in one or other way. But so the question you asked was more about investments, how to approach and so on. So if you have an idea, if you have a concept, make sure that you know all those 5-7 terms which you have already seen on Shark Tank. First of all, what you have built, who is your customer, how are you approaching those customers, who is overall the full addressable customer. You may say that I will do my yoga studio only for my Bane region. That is absolutely fine as long as you understand that this is complete that I want to do. Or I want to do something for Pune, something I want to do for Maharashtra, something. So the concept has to be clear, your market has to be clear, how you are going to go there, and who is your team. In the initial days, that's all you need. the investors are completely look at you as a brand. Again, the brand comes into the picture, whether that you are capable of delivering that, they will see in a couple of years and so on. And then the next steps, which you also see all about the other rest of the, who is the competition, what is this, what is that, you have already seen. So I think the journey of taking risks, taking investments, keeping investors on your head, giving monthly updates to them, giving quarterly updates to them, it's a different dukkha, it's a different headache. But the kind of, if you remove that again dukkha from that, and if you take a complete positive side of it, the kind of connections that they bring in, the kind of opportunities they can bring in. We are opening up our branch on 1st of March in Germany. We are establishing a completely new sector for European market. From Ayurved point of view, we are creating a new wave in Europe for Ayurved through Nadi Parisha, through medical product, which is not yet accepted in India. So as we heard from him, sometimes things will go out of India, we'll develop it there, we'll bring it back, and then maybe us Indians may accept. But I'll make sure that the patents, the IP remains with the India company. We'll make sure that we make the product, we build it, we sell it, and so on, and so on. So this investment path, again coming back to, grows through structures. I'm sure go through various books, YouTube videos, watch Shark Tank now from completely different perspective. Maybe right now you're listening to the stories or how those sharks are fighting with each other and so on. It's more entertainment, but just listen to the hidden messages, why they are asking certain questions, how the founders are answering them. I see some founders even fight to the sharks. If you have seen those, just listen to them, why they are fighting, why they are still holding back their own way of building their own product. And sometimes, they just accept the offer which they are. So it's all about what you want to do, up to how much you can accept, and where you want to go. So it's a combination of all to make sure that investment, the question of whether I want it, up to how much I want it, and where I want to reach. Right? So that's the whole journey of all of you may have to go. It's just that how much product you want to build, how you are building. Once that is clear, we can definitely. And if you want a separate 1 hour, 2 hours thing, I'll get my investment committee along with me, who can guide much better, beyond what I just said, how to approach a problem statement, how to get a deck ready or a concept ready, how to pitch to the investors or a few people, and eventually get money and what to do with that money. So the biggest challenge is utilize that money very properly, because you ask money for something and you end up using that money for something else. It happens. How to convince your investors why you use that money for something, itself is a different session. Right? Thank you.
On behalf of IY Maharashtra committee, can we have a panel of mentors who can create the next generation yogapreneurs? Yeah. So maybe this could be, something fruitful, tangible, fruitful thing. We would be one more thing which we would be having. So in the next conference, we would be having some yogapreneurs. Hopefully, they can scale up to becoming some kind of unicorn someday. The next question goes to Dr. Ashwin sir, and it's all about the motto given by our beloved Prime Minister, Atmanirbhar Bharat, from local to global. So he is from the Grant Medical College, Mumbai, GS Medical College, and could have been spending a wonderful, comfortable life there in Mumbai, but he went back to Gokak in a very remote place. And as he shared his journey, that he saw the pain and the sufferings of his patients who were farmers. And there he was motivated in innovating these things. So number one, many a times, that's what yoga instructors would love to go to foreign countries and teach, but you send them in some kind of slum to teach people. there's a problem. So teaching is more important rather than whom you're teaching. So that's one area if you can. And second is, another pain point is, there are people have money to invest on fancy cars, gadgets, luxury and all, but when it comes to some upgrading themselves, buying some good yoga props or some kind of courses, it's not. So you talked about what kind of investments you made in your hospital, so that would be helpful.
Yeah, so everything for me is self-funded. There's no investor, it's the bank. For medical entrepreneurs, the one advantage is that we are bankable people, because the banks see us as safe people, because the number of defaults among doctors is the least. That's why if you go to banks, they have special scheme called doctor schemes, and I get every doctor gets phone calls from banks saying that we can give you interest-free, collateral-free, low interest, collateral-free loans. So funding really for a medical entrepreneur is not really a problem. But the problem lies in actually using that in the correct manner, is that you have to focus what is just optimum. Like you can't go on to an equipment. Like for example, my technique is now being adopted to robotics. Robotics is actually the same as laparoscopy, and it is being portrayed and marketed as something different. I would call it actually remote laparoscopy. Like laparoscopy, we perform the operation standing next to the patient. We make holes into the abdomen and perform the surgery. Robotics, the person sits on a console away and performs the same operation. So it's being shown as if it's something AI, it's intelligent, something fantastic, but it's the same laparoscopy and it is done from a remote location. Remote laparoscopy actually. So if I start getting into robotics, then I'm going to push the cost on the patient and the cost goes up. So the problem is that people are using technology for their inability to learn technique. So in laparoscopy, you have to have good technique. Like for example, one of the most important things is be able to use both your hands to get ambidexterity. You have to have a hand-eye coordination. You look at a screen and operate. If you look at any cricketer or anything, they do many other exercises other than just playing cricket. They do stamina. So you have to invest in these things from physical point of view, because it's a long haul. When you're early in your practice, you get less patients and you grow. You have to do more operations. You get complications from other patients which you have to solve. So the investment really is also on self, and yoga is very important in this, because we are all thinking of wellness, wellness, wellness. Actually, there is therapeutics from yoga, which we forget about, which is very powerful. And we are all obsessed with curative medicine, actually speaking. But we also need to be obsessed with preventive medicine. Which I think Dr. Joshi has that very powerful in his thing, that it has a potential in preventive medicine. And Vikas sir is a preventive medicine postgraduate. So we need to see that when that surgeon or when the doctors are performing complex surgeries, what about the stress that goes on? So yoga has helped me come out of all this stress, almost burnout, when I almost was going to abandon my dream and just say it's not working out. Okay, so you can reach out to so many doctors, so many surgeons, especially surgeons go through a lot of mental, physical stress. And maybe you can make that special package for them, which is tailor-made, like Madam just talked about, tailor-making the project rather than just plain yoga classes. I have laparoscopic surgeons, they suffer from neck pain, shoulder pain, eye strain, and they have joint pain because they stand for long hours. They have low back pain. So what can I make for them in terms of a targeted therapy, right? So I realized that my investment into devices is a very small thing. I had to invest time into getting myself fit, and that fitness of mind to able to frustration tolerance, as they say, dhridta, angalagvam, all has to come from yoga. So it is a route for living your life properly. So any professional, your first most biggest investment is self. And the yoga pathway has helped you realize. And what you just talked about serendipity, where people came and approached you. Yeah, that is also, when you do the action of pratyahara, dhyana, dhyana, then you connect to the universal consciousness, where you connect to the Purush Vishesha, to send people will come into your lives. So for that, if you see the practice of Yoga Nidra, it talks about having a sankalpa when you start, right? So this sankalpa is the most powerful thing, where you're radiating to the universe that this is what I want. So if you don't tell even ordinary hotel waiter what you want, then what are you going to get? You just get some leftovers probably. So we have to give a clear sankalpa, and that sankalpa is the first investment of what do you want. Like what is your end result as rocket fuels? How much range? What is it intended this missile to do? So these are all the things you need to be very clear, and your equipment should be has a global standard, which is standard and not some jugaad. It has to be absolutely by medical specialists. It should be standardized. If it's not standardized, like my technique was not a standard technique in hernia. Okay, so I had to get it published in a journal. And mind you, it's also very strange that my technique got first accepted by the American Society. They put it on their YouTube channel. Then all our Indian surgeons woke up and said, oh, this guy is doing it for 15 years, and we didn't bother about it. And now suddenly it became very popular. And the Indian journal was very reluctant to publish it, and I had to publish it in an American journal, which I was warned by my Indian peers that don't invest your time into this, because it's going to take 12 months for them to reply. After 12 months, that journal has 90% rejection rate. But the unique thing is that if you have a unique idea and you believe in your idea, then you should go ahead and bring it into Agam Shastra. That is Pratyakshanumana Pramanani. So your Praman should go into the Agama. So today what my technique is in the textbook. So today it has become Agama. But when I started off, it was absolutely a ridiculous idea to many people. And I could see that the body has given us a layer inside which you can cover the mesh with. Why aren't we using that, and why are we putting an artificial collagen onto a polypropylene mesh and putting it inside the body? So that's my take from the investor.
Can I add 1 minute, please? I know maybe we are out of time. We talked about investments, but main thing which we forgot was more about grants. There are so many government grants which are available now. Just yesterday, 30th or 31st, there was a grant by IKS, Indian Knowledge Systems, about 10 lakhs grant, and I'm a co-PI in 7 projects. So 3 different yoga, 2 Ayurveda, and 2 technology people. We are working on various, in which we are doing pre-post kind of studies using my product basically. So either giving a medicine, see what is pre and post nadi, how people are different before and after yoga, pre-yoga, after yoga, and so on. So I would like you to go through different variety of websites of our government, whether it's health, Ayush, yoga. There will be different yoga associated institutes. I can share a list with you. Always look into it. Every month there is some government grant proposal, especially for women. I highly recommend that start with some government grants, do some preliminary research, done preliminary results. That is more beneficial when you go for investments as well, or at least your product or idea or something will get proved through free money. I always call government grant as a free money. The government is giving you to do experiments. So always highly recommend.
One short point that I'd like to add, that if you have done something innovative, the other thing is you have to keep an eye out. Once it's come Praman, everything, your textbook, there were a couple of papers, like I paid a huge amount of money to get the made the copyright in my name, so that the copyright should be retained by the original author and not handed over to the journal. so that even somebody in Africa or anywhere, otherwise you have to pay money to just read the scientific journal article. So now I began to see there were many groups in Europe, some big universities, who had used the acronym I created, which I used my technique, and not given me a citation in their work. And we have to keep an eye on all of these things. So I wrote to 3 editors. This is one group from Japan, one group from Milan, and one group from Denmark. So such big people who teach us about intellectual property, they had actually used and not cited. So I got back to the editor of that journal, and now they have acknowledged their mistake and cited. Okay, now going back, Scientific American published an article about control of hypertension by alternate nostril breathing, and did not acknowledge that this was traditional ancient Indian knowledge of Anulom Vilom Pranayama. Right? So we have to also keep an eye out on that. What of our traditional knowledge is being exploited by foreigners? Like Haldi was immediately revoked. Texmati, Basmati, that's the story. Jambu bees was being used in diabetes. That was somebody tried to patent. So we have to keep neem also, yes. We have to keep an eye out and be very alert and on an international, because all these websites like PubMed, the international journals, we can all keep. So we have to all be alert about this kind of very white-collared chori which is happening. They steal our ideas and they give it as ours, and we don't have the power and money to put out that kind of, we don't have that power and that clout to put it out in the world. And sometimes when we talk, they'll say, hey, that is their idea. You are just one single guy in a small taluka town. How can you have had this idea? So this is the thing, we have to be very careful, and you have to fight literally to keep your intellectual property.
Absolutely. Very well.
Yes. Yes. Huh. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Now there is this famous Kegel's exercises which are being talked about. It is Moladhar Bandha. I mean, it's ridiculous. All the bandhas are all, they've gone in the name of Kegel. Yeah, true, but we have to we re-educate people, right? We re-educate the world. So I re-educated these editors by writing scathing letters that you have collected a huge amount of money from me in euros, which is a big amount, to retain my copyright, and you promised in the agreement that anyone who uses my research work should cite it. What is a citation? It's just one line. But they don't want to cite the original research author, and same way we have to re-educate the world.
For the concluding remarks, Dr. Neeraj sir.
Sir, I have a question to ask Dr. Anurag.
Yeah.
Because he has been talking a lot about investment. So recently, I have turned my Yogshala into a Section 8 company, and I'm looking for the
What Section 8? What you have converted?
It's an NGO company.
It's an NGO.
It's not really NGO.
Okay. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. If you can.
It's a Section 8 company.
Section 8, yeah.
So we are looking for the grants. So as soon as I have made it MSME register, so I have been getting lots of calls.
Yes.
So are these agencies trustworthy for the grants?
Usually no. The best way is go to SIDBI. Their office is right near Shivaji Nagar. Just search for Pune SIDBI. Go there, you will get the complete information which all grants are available for you. Your sector, your problem area, and so on. You may have to go a couple of times, but keep patience, go there, and I'm sure you'll get the information. Don't trust the phone calls.
Okay, because sometimes what happens that because you can say that I'm hadachi teacher, so
I
being
understand.
getting into business, it becomes very difficult, and that's
Yes.
why today I have come to this seminar that we can learn such things.
I'm not saying all phone calls are bad, but you don't know which ones are good and which ones are bad.
Yeah,
Don't
because they
waste your
charge
time
for
in
it. They
in
charge
finding
for
out
it,
which
yeah.
good and it's instead just go to SIDBI.
Okay.
That's the best or MSME office. But MSME office doesn't talk much about money. They are just giving you the certificates. SIDBI is the best place
Okay.
to start with.
Thank you.
Okay, concludingly, everybody knows about Mission Gaganyaan. Anybody doesn't know? Everyone is excited about it. Again, you might be knowing the question is heading towards. So the concluding remarks from our guests, we are very excited to hear.
Okay, so since Dr. Vikas brought up Mission Gaganyaan, it's the Indian human space flight. So there, so basically that Gaganyaan is a human space module that will be launched by placing it on the top of the GSLV Mk3. The GSLV has to be modified for that. So the GSLV is a 3-stage engine. The first stage has a solid fuel, the second stage has a liquid fuel, and third stage is a cryogenic fuel engine. So the second stage, the ISRO is using a different new type of an ignition system there. Typically, how you ignite the fuel is, you have an igniter, like an igniter small explosive kind of chemical, which is ignited either electrically or by using a spark, and that ignites the main fuel. But a lot of times what happens is, if it fails to ignite the main fuel, you have burned the igniter fuel, and then if it fails to ignite, it fails to ignite. Your launch fails. So now ISRO is experimenting with a new type of ignition system where there is something called as a hypergolic fuel composition, where there are two chemicals, liquid chemicals, they ignite just by touching each other. So typically for ignition, what you need, if you want to burn something, you need oxygen, you need fuel, but you also need something to ignite, a flame, a spark. But this hypergolic fuel oxidizer combination is something which ignites on contact. You don't need anything to trigger it. So now they are experimenting with that, where they'll be spraying the hypergolic fuel and oxidizer into the combustion chamber, and when the spark gets generated, they will be injecting the main fuel. So if it fails in the first try, you can again try it, because you can do that. And the probability and the reliability of ignition is much higher than the previous. So in my lab in IIT Bombay, we are developing that, we are doing the preliminary design for that ignition system. So I mentioned it because he brought it up, but we have to conclude, right? So anyway, so in conclusion, what I'll say is, see, we need to go down to the basics here. First things first. You want to innovate, you want to do great things in technology, you want to become Viksit Bharat and all. It all starts with you first being healthy and in control of yourself. So this is a serious problem which I can see, because I interact with the population group that I interact with are 18 to 25-year-old students who are into science and technology, which we think are the future of our country. Now these students majority of them don't eat well, don't sleep well, don't follow proper practices, and end up in a lot of trouble. That is something that needs to be fixed first. The technology and all will come. It will come if we fix this. Let us end at this note.
Thank you, Dr. Vikas ji, and heartfelt thanks to our panelists for such insightful contributions. I'm sure everyone has learned so much from your experiences, your dukkha. I'm pretty sure everyone has taken something out of that. So what stands out from this interesting conversation is that smart yoga is about intentional integration, where AI, data science, medical science, and digital platforms work alongside traditional wisdom. These ideas challenge us to think more deeply about how we innovate, collaborate, and build credibility in yoga on a global stage. This brings us to the conclusion of Panel 2 discussion on innovation and smart yoga.
Trayam ekatra samyamaha.
With this, we'd like to come to the conclusion of Yoga Next, leadership, entrepreneurship, and innovation. Over the course of today's sessions and discussions, we have reflected on where yoga stands today, rooted in wisdom, expanding through leadership, strengthened by entrepreneurship, and evolving responsibly through innovation. What emerges clearly is that the future of yoga depends not only on knowledge or technology, but on conscious leadership, ethical collaboration, and a shared purpose. As a small yet mindful step towards sustainability, we at Team Swasti have chosen to wear jackets crafted from recycled plastic bottles. These jackets are produced by a company that also had the honor of presenting the same to our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. In keeping with this commitment, plastic bottles are not permitted within the conference premises. Instead, we are using bamboo bottles as an eco-friendly initiative. This initiative reflects our intention to align with core yogic principles and conscious living, reminding us that yoga is not only a practice on the mat, but it is a way of harmony with nature. Also, lastly, on behalf of the Indian Yoga Association Pune chapter, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our speakers, moderators, dignitaries, and each one of you for your presence, participation, and openness. May the insights from today continue to guide our work and practice beyond this space. Lastly, I please request everyone to stand in 1 minute silence for our beloved former Deputy CM of Maharashtra, late Shri Ajit Pawar. Lastly, before we disperse, I invite everyone to please fold your palms and let us collectively recite the Pasayadana, a prayer seeking harmony, compassion, and well-being for all.
आता विश्वात्मके देवे येणे वाग्यज्ञे तोषावे तोषोनि मजजावे पसाय जानहे जे खळांची व्यंकटी सांडो तया सत्कर्मी रतिवाढो भूता परस्परे पडो मैत्र जीवांचे दुरितासे तिमिरदा विश्वस्वधर्म सूर्ये पाहो जो देवांशील तो तेलाहो प्राणी जात वर्षत सकळ मंगळी ईश्वर निष्ठांची मांदियाळी अनवरत भूमंडळी भेट तू भूता चला कल्पतरूंचे आरह चेतना चिंतामणीचे गाव बोलते जे ग्रंथोपजीवे विशेषी लोकीये दृष्टादृष्ट विजये हो आवेगी येथ म्हणे श्री विश्वेश्वराव हा होईल दान पसावो येणे वरे ज्ञान देवो सुखिया
Lastly, as the outcome of this conference, an official outcome document has been prepared, capturing the key insights, reflections, and action points from today's discussions. A QR code linking to this document is being displayed on the screen. Thank you so much, everyone.
On the behalf of the IYA Maharashtra chapter, I sincerely acknowledge the efforts, the great efforts and passion of Vikas Choteji and his entire team, along with Shwetaji, his partner. Thank you very much for the wonderful seminar. See you.
I wanted to tell you, my husband